Thanks for remembering.
Okay, go ahead and try it again.
Oh, his is on.
Okay.
Better.
Yeah,
Now
I
it's
just
good.
need to be turned on.
Okay.
But I was able to adjust some things.
All right. Again, there seems to be some feedback on it. Okay. We'll start again. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting for September 21st, 2020. And again, I want to welcome everybody back to an in-person meeting. We're trying to be as socially distant as we can, following all of the CDC guidelines. For those of you who are in the audience and want to follow along with our agenda, you can step out the door to my left and turn to the right, and you will see them on the table. For those of you at home who want to watch and follow, you can go to our website, livoniapublicschools.org, highlight over the board tab, and you will see board information, and down on the left, you will see agendas, and you'll be able to pull that up. As I indicated, we do have a relatively lengthy agenda this evening, so we want to get into it as quickly as we can. So I'll go to item number 1, audience communications. I do not have any blue slips. Is there anyone who wants to address the board this evening? Seeing none, then we'll move on to item 2, our committee of the whole. And we have a number of items here tonight. We'll start with item 2A, update on bond refinancing. And I'll turn it over to Mrs. Smith. Good evening.
Thank you, President Johnson. Hello, board. As you recall, in August, the board passed a resolution approving the district to issue a new bond to refinance some of our prior bonds, the 2013 Bond Series 1 and our 2014 refunding bond. And I equate this to like a personal residence when you refinance your mortgage to take advantage of better interest rates. That's exactly what we're doing. We are issuing a new bond so that we can pay back those other outstanding bonds and take advantage of these low interest rates happening right now. We are projecting that the savings will be exceed $10 million, and that's $10 million back for our taxpayers here in the city of Livonia and our Westline portion in the Livonia Public Schools area. And that's, again, not new money coming into the district. That's not more money that we can spend. That's directly cutting off $10 million from our debt payments that we would normally have to make. So really great news. Since we last talked in August, I've worked with our financial advisor and our underwriter to prepare the official statements to circulate to our potential investors. That will go out tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, we'll have the pricing for the bond. And then on Monday, I'll have a resolution for the board to consider that kind of moves us along and would be able to finalize the sale of those bonds. But we're very excited for this opportunity. We're thankful for the partnership we have with PFN, that together we can continue to look for these opportunities to save our taxpayers money, and very happy to bring this to you tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Are there questions or comments from the board? Mrs. Jarvis.
Thank you, President Johnson. I just wanted to clarify that, and you can confirm or not, that this is not, the $10 million, more than $10 million that will be realized through this refinance doesn't come back to the district, but instead it represents savings to our taxpayers. It comes off the taxes.
That's exactly correct, Ms. Jarvis. It's not additional money coming into the general fund or even to our bond fund. It's not additional money for us to spend. It's going to lower the amount of debt that we have to repay. It's going to lessen those outstanding balances. So that's a lower tax burden on our taxpayers. Thank you, Ms. Oquist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jarvis. Other questions or comments? All right, thank you, Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Frank.
I just think this is phenomenal, and I just wanted to say that I think that, especially in this time, it's a very difficult time for a lot of our taxpayers, and to be able to do this right now is really important and really vital to our city and our community. And I think this is an example of Livonia Public Schools caring about our community and going the extra mile to make sure that we are doing the best that we can and being very judicious with the money that we are entrusted from our taxpayers. And so I think right now it's going to be a great time for our residents to see a little bit lowering of the tax burden. So thank you, and I think that this will be great to our residents.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. Other questions or comments? All right, then we'll move on to item 2B, Wayne County Enhancement Millage. And Mrs. Oquist.
Thank you, President Johnson. So I just wanted to bring to the board and our community a reminder of where we are with regard to the Wayne County Enhancement Millage. As you know, we spent the better part of 5 meetings earlier this year. That seems like quite a long time ago, but we began on February 3rd, and then all the way through March 23rd. We held we had 5 different meetings in which we covered the important topic of the Wayne County Enhancement Millage Renewal. So just as a reminder, this is on the ballot this November 2020, and it's a renewal. It is no new money. It is not a new ask of our taxpayers. It is a renewal of the 2 mills which began to be levied in 2016. So it expires on December 31st, 2021, but there is a stipulation in the state law regarding the Wayne County Enhancement Millage that we can only go out for renewal in November of 2020 or November of 2022. And so we are, as a Wayne County intermediate school district, the majority, in fact, I believe all who voted on it supported placing this back on the ballot. And so our taxpayers in Wayne County will see a request for renewal for the Wayne County Enhancement Millage. So I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes reminding folks what this meant for our school district. And again, I know we've covered this in great detail, and we certainly will continue to put out information to our community on this. But because this is so important and essential to our district, I wanted to be sure that we covered for a brief moment why a regional enhancement millage, and then how it has benefited the District of Livonia Public Schools. So, as you recall, each school board makes a determination if they would like to support putting this on the ballot. And so within Wayne County, each of the 33 school districts considered this question and responded to Wayne County Intermediate School District asking their board to place this on the ballot for November of 2020. Again, the ballot question passes or fails on a countywide basis, not on a city-by-city basis. And if approved, the money is collected by the ISD and dispersed out on a per-pupil basis to all districts. There was also legislation passed in 2018 which modified the distribution of funds from an enhancement millage to include public school academies and charter schools within a community in addition to the public school district. So that will be the case within Wayne County. Over the past, since 2016, so over the past 4 years, we have begun to collect that revenue as part of our general fund revenue since that time. And that has ranged between $5 and $6 million. We have started to see an increase in that based on the taxable value within our community. You may recall that when Livonia first brought this forward, we really took a look at what would the impact be of the Wayne County Enhancement Millage on our district, what would it be on the children across our county. So again, an individual district cannot go out for a school millage. The only opportunity for an educational enhancement millage is to be done on an ISD or intermediate school district level. So again, this not only helps the students within our school community, but again, our entire greater community of Wayne County. If this should not pass, our district would see a loss in revenue of anywhere from $4.5 million to about $5.5 million annually. We know what a significant difference this has made to matching our priorities within our district. You may recall that we set 5 specific priorities when we first passed this millage, and those have continued to be the focus for the dollars of the Wayne County Enhancement Millage. The first was hiring and retaining high-quality staff. preserving and enhancing our programs and our offerings for students, maintaining class size and reducing where feasible, supporting our struggling learners and students with added needs, and financial stability for our district so we can continue to provide the resources necessary for our students, our staff, and our schools. And that is exactly what we've done. So while I won't spend time this evening going back into the detail we went through, you may be interested in the March 16th Committee of the Whole meeting, where our team provided a detailed overview of what has been done with that revenue since 2016, how it has directly impacted our students, what we have been able to do with regard to class size, textbook purchases, the addition of social, emotional, and behavioral supports, and many other items. And so in that particular meeting, I wanted to note that we did go through an extensive presentation, and that is also available on our district website if any of our community would like more information. I would also invite anyone who has questions about the enhancement millage to please contact me. I would be very happy to talk with any of our community with regard to the impact of this enhancement millage and the purpose of how we've utilized those dollars within Livonia Public Schools. So I'll just open it up to the board for any comments that you might have. And just as a reminder, that will be on the ballot this November.
Questions or comments? Mrs. Burton?
Yes, I would just like to thank our community for their previous support of this millage. As we all know in this room, as most folks know who are listening to school board meetings, we don't have the option to go out and raise revenue in other means as a district. But we do, the only way that we can is through this countywide ISD. And we are just very, very appreciative in Livonia Public Schools of our community support and of our county support. It's important not only for our own district, but for our neighboring districts and our entire surrounding community,
Yes.
that we have this influx of some additional dollars for the support. And it's just very, very appreciated by the folks who sit here and make decisions based on our income. So thank you very much to our community.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton. Other questions or comments? Mrs. Frank?
There are lots of decisions that we make as a board that have to do with roofs and not air conditioning, but heating units and lots of things. And those are needed, and sorry, Mr. Francis, but sometimes those are hard discussions to have, to ask the community to pay for those types of things, just because they're not, you don't see them in the classroom, but these types of things we are seeing in the classroom. We are seeing our class sizes reduced. We are seeing extra support for the kids. We are seeing our teachers and being able to retain quality teachers. And in the textbooks, one of my sons got a textbook. They had textbook pickup today, and it said, "You can pick up this textbook, but you don't need to return it." And it was a good sign. And my son opened it and said, "Mom, do you know when this textbook was written?" And I think that being able to replace that textbook is part of this. This is what we're doing. This is why we're passing this, so that we can replace these textbooks that are so long overdue and that we needed to for a long time. And so I think that these are things that parents can see and that we can see that are being done in the classroom, and these really make a significant difference to our kids and their learning ability. And this is what our community has entrusted us to, is to make these decisions that we can actually put things in the classroom that help teachers, that help our students to get a more full education. So I'm so thankful that we have this opportunity and that we can ask our community to support this, because it really makes a difference inside the classroom.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, we don't need to take any action.
We do not. Just an informational item. It's been a bit of time since we've had this on our agenda, and I just wanted to be sure that we had the opportunity to add some additional information out to our staff, and we will certainly be sharing more information with our community and with our staff regarding the upcoming renewal request.
And just for clarification, although this is going on the ballot this year, the present millage does not run out till the end of next year.
Correct.
Right?
It expires December 31st, 2021, and so the first levy would not take place until 2022.
Thank you. Anything else? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 2C, Extended Continuity of Learning Plan. And again, Mrs. Oquist.
Thank you so much, President Johnson. We are going to turn over to a presentation at this time. So as you know, we wanted to spend certainly a significant amount of time this evening, and members of our team will be presenting information regarding our Return to Learn plan. So a couple of important notes. There was legislation passed in late August that required each school district to create what is called an extended continuity of learning plan. So as you know, we were required to create the continuity of learning plan in April when we were first out of school for an extended period of time. Since that time, we have brought to the board our Return to Learn plan, which was voted on August 10th. After that time, again, the legislation was passed that required districts to update their extended continuity of learning plan and to bring it to their Board of Education for review and ultimately to vote prior to October 1st. So we will be going over this information this evening. There will not be a vote this evening by the Board of Education. We will ask for this to be placed on next week's agenda so that we can meet the required guideline of October 1st, at which time we will send the plan to the ISD for their review, and then they will send it to the state on our behalf. So as you recall, in August, again, August 10th, we voted on a plan that included two options. The Safe Start September, which was for students choosing, families choosing an in-person instructional model for the year, but beginning with a remote start. We also included in that plan a plan for full-time resource room and center-based students to also begin partial days of instruction beginning the week of September 14th. The other option for families was a full-time, long-term virtual option, which was a new program for Livonia Public Schools entitled Livonia Virtual. And that was the plan presented to the board and on which you voted in August. So just a reminder for Safe Start September. Really, one of the things that we wanted to do was plan for a measured and thoughtful return to school in order to have time to plan appropriately for health and safety protocols, new teaching and learning schedules, providing staff an opportunity to reacclimate to the school setting, and students an opportunity to gain experience with updated and enhanced remote learning expectations. And those things really have been our focus over the past first couple of weeks. Additionally, during that time, and really since it was published, the Michigan Safe Start Roadmap has been utilized as our guide for planning their instructional model since it was published on June 30th, 2020. So I want to give you just a few highlights as we worked in preparation for not only Safe Start September, but Livonia Virtual, and then ultimately the transition to in-person instruction. And so while this is not an exhaustive list, it is many of the highlights that we wanted to share with you and share with our community, because there have been so many hands in this effort on behalf of the students we serve. So first of all, a truly Herculean effort has been made by our students, our staff, and our families as we have begun Safe Start September. I don't think you could talk to a student, a staff member, or a parent who could not regale for you the efforts that have been made this school year in such a unique circumstance. And we are tremendously proud of the extraordinary effort and partnership that has taken place to make this remote learning start happen for our students. It has been, again, certainly a challenge at times. It has also been very, very rewarding to hear from parents, to hear from students about the impact that is being made. We also know that it has required a significant partnership on the part of our families to support their learners as well. So some of the additional highlights in preparation for this year was the district increased teacher staffing by 30 teachers over and above what we would have normally staffed for this school year in order to lower class size and provide a wide variety of opportunities in Livonia Virtual. So again, while we anticipated an enrollment decline, which could have resulted in a lower number of staff overall, we not only maintained that number, but increased 30 beyond that. The district has purchased extensive PPE and cleaning supplies, and as required by the legislation, we created what's called a safe workplace plan that includes a daily screener for staff and for students based on very specific health department protocols. We've established and implemented cleaning and sanitizing protocols. A couple of the things that we did regarding not only remote learning, but for Livonia Virtual was expanded our bandwidth tenfold in order to accommodate live stream teaching across the district. We added mobile devices, as you know, by your approval of many purchases. We have distributed thousands of those devices and dozens of hotspots to our families. Our teachers have been involved, along with our staff from academic services and professional development related to Google Classroom, online instructional best practices. Our district teams continue to collaborate together in order to plan for our teaching and learning. And our most recent team from across the district has established very detailed, strict mitigation measures for each level as we prepared for in-person learning. We're on the next one? Oh, yes, I have to move mine as well. We've also increased staffing for social emotional support through additional social work and psychologists this year. We also have social emotional professional development available to our staff and a mental health screener that was required for us to add for students. There is a mental health support reminder added on the daily health screener, a social emotional hotline that was established back in March that continues to be available. And our communications department also has dedicated a website for all of our return to learn information. And you will see safety signage consistent across all of our departments, all of our offices, all of our schools. And then finally, once again, we have seen a huge commitment on the part of our students, our staff, and our families to begin this school year and to begin making the transition to in-person instruction. So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Smith. One of the things that we talked about with regard to making the transition at the end of Safe Start September to an October in-person model was that we would monitor metrics available to us with regard to our region, our county, and the state. Additionally, there are certain elements which are required as part of the roadmap for us to monitor. She's going to go through some of that data, and then I'm going to summarize with some additional information that came out this past Thursday with regard to guidance for local health departments. Mrs. Smith?
Thank you, Ms. Oquist. As Ms. Oquist shared, there's a number of different sources that we turn to look at the different metrics and the data and what the trends are. So the first few I will run through, and then the last one we'll spend a little more time on actually looking at those trends and what does it look like for our area. So the first source is the weekly Wayne County Health Department reports. We also look at the city's situation reports, the Michigan data portal, and then the COVID Act Now website. So the first one we'll look at on the next slide is the weekly Wayne County Health Department report. And that report, as the name indicates, comes out every week. And on it, they share 6 different metrics. The first one is the total confirmed number of COVID-19 cases reported, excluding the city of Detroit. Next is the 7-day % positive rate, again, excluding the city of Detroit. The third is the hospital occupancy rate. Next is the hospital occupancy rate for ICU beds. Next is the testing capacity rate. And then the last is the number of outbreak events in Wayne County, again, excluding the city of Detroit. The next report, again, that we turn to is the report from the city of Livonia. I should mention, too, that both the Wayne County Health Department report is accessible on the website. I've added the address down at the bottom of the slide. So anybody that's tuning in or would like to look at that, they can go on the website, as well as for this next report that we're looking here. This is the City of Livonia Situation Report, and they've got various information that they summarize specific to the City of Livonia. And again, that's accessible on the city's website. On the next slide, we'll see the Michigan data portal. So this is directly on the michigan.gov website, and you can dig around. I think a lot of people have gone onto the website and seen the different statistics that are out there for review, and that is another source that we look to. On the next slide is a website called COVID Act Now. That might be new for a few people. I think they've done a very nice job putting into graph form some of these numbers. And what it is, COVID Act Now is a multidisciplinary team of technologists, epidemiologists, health experts, and public policy leaders working to provide disease intelligence and data analysis on COVID-19. So on the next screen, I love charts. I think it helps paint the picture and tell the story. These are 3 charts from their website. The first in the upper left-hand corner is the daily new cases per 100,000 population. And you can see at that peak on the far left of the chart is back in March when everything really started here and when we closed our schools. And we can see that the trend has gone in the right direction. We're happy to see that. I think what we'd all love to see is that, a consistent, it always going down every single day. As you'll see on the chart, there are different peaks, but the overall trend is a decline. On the next graph on the right is the infection rate. And again, it's not a straight line, but it's a decreasing line. Again, what we like to see at the very top, that again is back in March when we were kind of at our peak, and we can see where the trend is going. And then in the bottom right-hand corner is the positive test rate. And again, we can see the trend that is going. I will point out that this information gets updated. The graphs for you tonight were just pulled from their website this morning, and even as I pull it up during our board meeting, I can see that the positive test rate has actually dropped down to the low category. So that's positive news. Next, I'll move on to some new information that just came to the district this past week. On Thursday, September 17th, we received information from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. It was shared with the local health departments. And really what I see as the goal of this guidance was to help bring some uniformity to the local health departments. Each of the local health departments across the state of Michigan was working independently to advise their school districts on how to proceed. And what this guidance tried to do, or is trying to do, is bring, again, some standardization across the state of Michigan. So we're all kind of working on the same page. And as the slide indicates, we are working with our Wayne County Health Department. We've submitted our plans to them for their review, and obviously, we'll take any suggestions that they have and bring that back. On the next slide, I'll read this to you because, again, I think it's very helpful in understanding what the purpose of this guidance is, and this is directly from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. This guidance provides support to local health departments in advising school districts of public health risk while making decisions about reopening schools. It is essential to create conditions that enable in-person instruction whenever possible, as schools contribute to children's growth and well-being by providing educational instruction, supporting the development of social and emotional skills, creating a safe environment for learning, addressing nutritional needs, and facilitating physical activity. So, from there, I'll explain what exactly the guidance was. It included a 4-step process. The first step would be determining what phase the region is in and what learning modalities are permitted in that phase. Step 2 included the local health department identifying the county risk level. From there, you would determine the school building and district spread indicators. And then taking that information, you would apply it to a matrix that they published. And on the next slide is a snapshot of that matrix. And I know it's hard to read, so I'm going to hone in on the next slide of exactly where Livonia Public Schools falls on that chart. So based on the phase our region is in, and also based on the local health department identification of our risk level, and the fact that we've got no cases in our building, we fall into this category for in-person instruction with strict mitigation measures. And it says to discuss additional innovative mitigation strategies with the local health department, which is exactly what we did. Again, we got this information from the health department on Thursday, and we submitted our plan to them on Friday for review. And I will turn it over to Ms. Oquist to give you more information on that process.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. So this really is an important element on which we are looking for additional guidance and direction from the Wayne County Health Department. As indicated here, in-person instruction is allowed with strict mitigation measures. It also indicates that we should discuss additional strategies with the local health department. So on behalf of our district, Wayne County RESA submitted our mitigation measures to the health department on Friday. Again, this guidance just came out from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services on Thursday. And so until that time, we were, of course, utilizing the Michigan Safe Start Roadmap as our guidance for making determinations about our mode of instruction and our plan for return to learn. When this guidance came out, we immediately looked into this information and how the health department could help guide us in our planning. And so again, we have sent off our detailed plan to them. You'll see many of those elements shared with you this evening by members of our team, and we await their feedback as well as any additional strategies that they may have to share with us. You'll see on the next slide, really, it really is important to know that it is very essential that our district stay on top of guidance and information from both our state and our county to determine our recommendations for return to learn. We know that this is an extraordinarily important and impactful decision for our Board of Education. We also take that very, very seriously as the administration of this district. So we know that we not only have the well-being of our students, but the well-being of our staff in the recommendations that we make, and we know how seriously you take that as well. So when we took a look at the information in the roadmap, that was certainly our guiding force since June 30th. Additionally, those most recent guidelines that have come out now will continue to inform our practices and our decisions and recommendations moving forward. And then, of course, any executive orders that have come from the governor as it relates to schools have been included. All of those things have been considered in that guidance in our recommendations for return to learn. So we feel it is essential that these aren't decisions or recommendations we're making just because we think something is a good idea to do. We certainly have been guided by essentially these three areas in our recommendations to you, and we will certainly keep you and our staff and community apprised as we get feedback from the health department for our next steps. So what we'd like to bring to you this evening is a recommendation for our next steps in return to learn. Again, when the board voted on the plan, it was to begin with Safe Start September with a plan for a graduated reentry to in-person instruction if conditions warranted for early October. And what you will see this evening is a recommendation to begin the week of October 5th with a graduated plan for reentry over the course of that week, and we'll explain what that looks like by level over the next several slides. One of the first things we want to do is share with you district protocols and recommendations. So there are really going to be a couple of different sections, and I'd like to explain this in advance. The first set of district protocols and recommendations are mitigation measures that apply everywhere in the district, pre-K through post-secondary. We will then go through specific items and plans related to special education, the elementary program, and then the secondary program, and finally share an update with you on Livonia Virtual. So again, when you see these district protocols and recommendations, these are not all of the recommendations in their entirety. These are just the ones that apply to all aspects of the district, and then you will see those that are broken down by level. So at this point, I am going to turn it over to my colleagues to begin with that process.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. Uh, I'm moving the slides, so it threw me off for a second. The district procedures for wearing a mask. This is one of the items that is required and a non-negotiable. The mask wearing requirement is for staff and for students, except when a staff member or a student is eating or if for students during outdoor recess. One of the things that differs in Livonia Public Schools than does in the Michigan roadmap is that the district is requiring masks or face coverings for all students pre-K, actually kindergarten, I apologize, kindergarten through post-secondary. So that'd be our K-12 programs and our post-secondary special education programs. Now, with regard to intolerance of a mask, that is something that has to be medically documented. This isn't something that someone just comes and says, I don't care for one of these. It must be medically documented. Again, this continues to be something that's a non-negotiable for the district. And if a student does have a medically documented reason that he or she cannot tolerate a mask, the next step would be to see if that student can tolerate a face shield. So we'll try to take steps along the way to have some type of barrier based upon the needs and abilities to tolerate of the student. It says on the slide that mask wearing will be strictly enforced. This is something that starts at the front door for any visitors or folks that come to the building and starts on a school bus for those who are riding a school bus to and from school. The school buses also will require, and that will be mentioned again, but they also require mask wearing. So what is a face covering? It is a homemade facial covering, and it must be washed daily. That means a cloth mask. A disposable mask, such as a 2 or 3 ply paper mask, also is considered a face mask, a facial covering, and it must be disposed of daily. And a neck gaiter is a one-piece neck and face sleeve that some folks do use. And as of now, the CDC and Wayne County Health Department recognize a neck gaiter as an approved facial covering. We do have some exceptions listed on this page. Some of those exceptions I've mentioned already with regard to students, a medical basically a medical documentation, and then trying to step through with a face shield. And then with regard to adults, says the only time an adult does not need to wear a mask is when he or she is working alone in a room or office or while eating. Face shields may be worn while instruction is taking place. Staff who have a verified ADA accommodation must contact the Human Resources Department. So same for students as well as for employees. It must be a documented item.
Good evening. I'm Keith McDonald, Director of Human Resources. I'm going to talk to you about some of our screening protocols. Since April, we have been utilizing a screening protocol set up by the Wayne County Health Department for our staff. This protocol is currently out on our website, as is the protocol for our students. And I'll talk briefly about both of those. With regards to staff, our staff have designated entry points, either 2 or 3 at each building. Each designated entry point will have an infrared thermometer and instructions for taking their temperature upon entering the building. Staff also fill out an online form that indicates whether they have had close contact or have any of the COVID symptoms designated by the Wayne County Health Department. If anyone has a temperature higher than 100.4, they must not enter the building or leave the building if they already have and contact HR immediately. On the student side, students will be required to conduct their own health and safety screening protocols at home. Again, these are available on our COVID website. The at-home screening would include temperature taking prior to arrival and answering the health checklist. Again, the health checklist would be symptoms as well as whether or not an individual has had close contact with a COVID-positive individual. The temperature, again, is 100.4 degrees or higher. If a student has 100.4 degrees or higher, they may not attend school that day and must call the school attendance line. The district has been working with all of our personnel and working together to create physical distancing. We've been conducting surveys and inventories of our available space at every school. We've been looking at our desks and tables, and we'll be facing those in a single direction whenever feasible and space out as much as possible to achieve a minimum of 3 feet of distance from head to head and up to 6 feet where possible. We've been going through our buildings and rooms and removing large furniture items that aren't necessary in a room, as well as extra desks or tables. Each room will have a seating chart with assigned seats. That'll be utilized in every class should we have a need to do any contact tracing down the road. The seating protocols when entering a bus will be to fill the seats from front to back, kind of just the opposite that we do. I'm sorry, from back to front. I was going to say, just the opposite of what we do normally when you're getting on an airplane. So we were going to send all the kids to the back so you're not walking by other students as you get on, and then exiting would be just the opposite. As many elementary folks know, we have carpets in a lot of our rooms. While those carpets will remain there, our circle time activities will not be utilized at this time. Instructional staff will also be maintaining their physical spacing as much as possible by potentially using clear plexiglass barriers between themselves and students or face shields. Floor markings will serve as reminders as well to keep physical distancing in common spaces such as for staff at copiers or printers and for students in a lunch line.
I apologize for not introducing myself for the first time. For those listening at home who can't see us, this is Phil Francis, Director of Operations, and I'm going to speak for a moment about the district personal protective equipment, also commonly just named PPE. And we have procured and distributed various items to employees. The list that we have on the current slide may not be exhaustive, and we continue to take feedback, evaluate what we're using, and move to different items as needed. Some items, as we've moved through since March, have become readily available, and others continue to be more difficult to procure. So we continue to work with multiple vendors as needed. Wayne County RESA had a very large countywide bid that they put out to drive down pricing from multiple vendors for Wayne County RESA school districts. And we have used both that bid as well as other vendors that we have garnered relationships with over the years. So some of the items that are common that we will see throughout different buildings and employees are using are reusable or disposable face masks. Generally speaking, we have asked that the staff wear a reusable face mask, washing it daily, and we have sent out disposable face masks, more of a backup. It is you will run through disposable face masks in a hurry with nearly 2,000 employees if they are constantly using them every day. So we are providing a reusable face mask for more of a sensible wash at home. And many people bring their own because they're just comfortable with the ones that they've purchased on their own as well. But we have those to provide, as well as for those who request them, a KN95 face mask. We also have plastic face shields, disinfecting wipes, and I'd actually want to pause on this one for a moment because I've had a few questions regarding the disinfecting wipes and the disinfectant chemical that is on there. I've had a few emails or questions about the warning label that is on the bucket that are in buildings, or even a bottle with the same disinfectant. We are required by law to put a warning label on those items. Unfortunately, it is the warning label that is for the chemical in its concentrated form. They do not give us warning labels with all of the accurate information after it's diluted, because some of these chemicals, for example, the proxy-based disinfectant that we use, can be diluted multiple ways for multiple reasons. You can dilute it with much less product and much more water for general daily cleaning, or you can concentrate it a little bit more for killing viruses and other bacteria. So according to all the specifics from the company, as well as a CDC sheet that I had seen, was that it is, once diluted, it is safe for skin, and it is an eye irritant. Everybody's skin is different. Yours may never be bothered by using one of these wipes, while the person next to you may touch it once and might rash up. Everybody is a little bit different. So to that end, we also are providing disposable gloves to employees. We are also have paper gowns for certain folks. We do have anybody who requests one can certainly do so. They are geared a bit more towards those folks who work with one-on-one special education students, those with special needs, but we do have those. And we've put hand sanitizing dispensers in all of the classrooms that don't have sinks. So generally speaking, our K-4 elementaries have sinks in the classroom. We have put the hand sanitizing stations both in hallways, offices, and classrooms. Our next goal is actually to continue to disperse and have the hand sanitizer stations added even to the classrooms that have sinks. But our higher priority was at first those without sinks. And we've been purchasing plexiglass barriers. It's listed as a single sheet and 3-sided sheets. These are the exactly what you think of with the legs, and it will sit on a table to be a single pane of a barrier between you and someone else. And we also have 3-sided hinged, which the board had just approved at last month's meeting, which will be an opportunity to either work with a couple of students at one time or to break up a table depending on how it is shaped to divide a couple of students. We also, as Mr. McDonald mentioned, have infrared no-touch thermometers. I will be bringing to the board later on in this meeting a proposal and a recommendation to purchase something different for taking temperatures, and it would be a standalone wrist thermometer. We are going to try a few of these out to see if they work to what our hope would be. So like I said, when we try something, we try to see what the feedback is, if the product's working well, if we can just make small tweaks, or do we have to move to another product? The district also has cleaning and health protocols. We will provide ample supplies and appropriate supplies of hygienic items such as soap, paper towels, hand sanitizer, etc. We do need folks to help with this. Not only will our custodial staff be checking these items, but please, I encourage you, if you know of a dispenser that is out or if the hand sanitizing station in your room is empty, please notify your building supervisor or your principal. That will really help move along the rotation of product. We have explicit teaching planned for reinforcement of hand washing with soap and water, at least 20 seconds, and proper covering of sneezes and coughs. We've made signs and sent them out to all buildings for both general posting as well as in classrooms. And all classrooms, as I mentioned already, will either have a sink or hand sanitizer dispensers in them. And those dispensers have been placed in places like hallways and in main drags of a building. And then classes will have scheduled breaks with hand washing or hand sanitizing prior to and after eating during the day. We also do have videos that have been created and shared, and that is something that is required viewing for staff, and then staff will in turn be able to use them with their students. As far as the additional cleaning protocols, frequently touched surfaces in the school will have a cleaning at least every 4 hours by custodial staff with an EPA-approved disinfectant. And student desks will be wiped down after any change in a class cohort. So that means at a secondary level, when they rotate from, say, first hour to second hour, or at elementary, if there is a change of cohorts for a special or something along those lines. And per the state roadmap, that will be done by a staff member. And daily, every classroom, bus, and high-touch area will be cleaned and sanitized by a member of our transportation or custodial staff. And in addition, a hospital-grade electrostatic sprayer machine will be utilized to sanitize the buses and classrooms twice per week and more often as needed. And the district ventilation. It's not necessarily a protocol per se, it's more information on where we are and the fortunate position that Livonia Public Schools is in thanks to the community and the 2013 bond. One of the protocols I can say is that we have extended the daily schedules of our HVAC systems. That will have them run earlier in the morning and run later into the afternoon to continually turn over the air in the buildings. And of course, classrooms that with exterior windows can open them as they see fit and as appropriate. But on the note on this particular slide, just want to point out that through the 2013 bond, we had many portions of our HVAC systems completely replaced in not only classrooms, but throughout buildings. I also want to take a note to say, just because you did not get a brand new ventilation system or HVAC unit, you might have the horizontal unit ventilator as opposed to the vertical unit ventilator in a room. Every room that is supposed to be occupied by humans is ventilating air, meaning it is turning over the air in those rooms. And by the math that we have from our testing and balancing by third-party companies, we are turning over in a typical classroom the air every hour approximately 6 to 8 times. There is a recommendation that I read recently in an article, and I believe it was Time magazine, but it had engineers weighing in saying that 4 to 5 times would be the target for that, and we are turning it over faster. I will also say right now for folks, because I've had several employees and administrators will say, Phil, this room over here, do you think that it's, is this got any ventilation in it? And we will come check it, and we will make sure that it is, and we will let you know. But if it's supposed to be occupied by people, then it should be ventilating air, meaning it should be turning over the air. If there's no ventilation in it and you think that there's no ventilation in it, contact your administrator. Your administrator can contact me and we'll take a peek at it and ensure if it's working correctly or not. I think I got ahead of myself on the last one and already read these bullets, but the last one I did not mention is that all of our building supervisors in our buildings, they always have and they will continue to check the filters in our systems regularly, and they change them at standard intervals, which is generally speaking typically 8 to 10 weeks, so about every couple months, or they check them, and if they are dirtier than normal, then they will change them more frequently. And the transportation health and safety protocols. As mentioned previously, face coverings are required on the bus. All buses have been equipped with hand sanitizing stations, and those will be used by students and adults as they get on the bus. The buses will be cleaned and disinfected after the AM routes and again after the PM routes, and high-touch areas will be disinfected between runs. When weather permits, it's been beautiful every day so far, knock on wood. It's been a wonderful early fall, but windows will be opened as appropriate and weather permitting. And students, as Mr. McDonald mentioned, will board from back to front when possible and sit one to a seat when that is possible, based upon the number of students on a particular bus run. 6 students and staff will follow the district protocol, and that has been mentioned in the COVID case-specific measures. Oh, I will quickly, thank you very much, Dr. Terriell. I would like to mention, since we're talking about bus transportation, a reminder to any families out there, you were sent a transportation opt-in, it's not a survey, but a form, and that is closing at midnight tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tuesday, the 22nd, and that closes at midnight. This is a change for most families from previous years, but due to the situation that we are in right now, we are looking for positive opting in of whether you are going to utilize or your children are going to utilize their bus or not, which will help us to create our routes more efficiently and know our seating protocols and spacing and number of students that will be on a bus. So again, that will close at midnight tomorrow, and the district will send another reminder email with the link to the form out in the morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil, for that reminder. This is Stacy Jenkins, pardon me, Administrator of District Communications, and I'll be helping out with the next 3 slides. The first is transportation, The first is District Visitor and Volunteer Protocol. Per the state roadmap, visitors and volunteers are prohibited inside any of our school buildings unless a student emergency arises, or if a student needs to be picked up from school, or if they have a prearranged meeting, such as a student IEP meeting. If items need to be dropped off for a student throughout the school day, schools will utilize a receptacle in the secure vestibule, along with a notepad and a pen for parents to note the student's name and class, so that the visitors do not need to enter the school building to drop items off. Those items will either be delivered by staff or picked up by students from the office. The last point on this slide is that there will be no school assemblies or field trips while we are in phase 4. District attendance protocols. The attendance procedures will return to normal practice as prior to COVID. Attendance is mandatory, and parents are asked to contact the school if their child will not be present. Automated attendance calls will resume once the district returns to in-person instruction. Those calls have been suspended during the remote learning period. Parents may either call the school or fill out an absence verification form, which is located on all school websites. A COVID-19 reason for absence will be added to this form. The next slide deals with district safety drills and protocols. It's important to note that the state requirements remain the same for our emergency safety drills. Those requirements being 3 fire drills before December 1st, at least 1 lockdown drill after January 1st, at least 1 tornado drill during the month of March, in addition to at least 1 drill, either fire, lockdown, or tornado, taking place during a lunch recess or a time when a significant number of our students are not in a classroom, so when they are in other areas of the school building. And I'll quickly go through the procedures for each of the drills. Tornado drills will be incorporated into the individual classroom tour of the building. Teachers will make sure to point out the tornado shelter area and explain or have a student demonstrate the tornado sheltering position. The lockdown drill procedure, teachers will follow district training and published instructions. Teachers should avoid huddling students together. Instead, they should spread them out and start working on securing and barricading the door and preparing a plan B if the room is compromised. Spreading students apart should be a part of the drill regardless of COVID. Lastly, we have fire drills. The procedure will be teachers will follow district training and published instructions. During a drill, teachers will space students arm length away from one another when moving to and from the outdoor assembly point. Teachers will keep students arm length apart while waiting for the all clear bell.
District Chromebooks and mobile device protocols. So at one point in the spring, as you all know, we were able to hand out many Chromebooks to students who needed them. And we actually did that again through the schools this summer and late summer. So if a student received a Chromebook from the school, he or she should bring that device to school each day to use. Students who do not bring a school-provided device or their own personal device from home will be provided a device at school when needed. Livonia Public Schools is a bring your own device district. We call that BYOD. So we'll encourage families to send their children with personal devices with a keyboard. So just a phone may work for some items. However, truly getting in and perhaps working with iReady or typing a paper is not appropriate on a phone and will not work properly. So to bring your own device means a mobile device that has a keyboard, or it could be a fully functional laptop as well. Devices will be the responsibility of the student and family, and Livonia Public Schools will not be responsible for lost, stolen, or broken devices. And devices must be fully charged each day, and we do recommend highly that students bring their power cord. So this is something that we have been, ever since we put in our wireless network, we do run 3 different Wi-Fi networks. There is a guest network, and there is a LPS district network. Both of those are accessible by both employees and students. The LPS district Wi-Fi network uses your username and password, but even the district or the guest network, both are filtered, both are safe to use, and we encourage families, if this is something that they'd like to do, if they feel comfortable sending their child with a home device, because that child then has their own laptop or Chromebook or similar to use throughout the day, we encourage you to do that. That is completely fine. And Chromebooks, laptops, mobile devices, keyboards, mouses, and other similar technology devices will be disinfected with an EPA-approved product whenever shared from one student to another.
Good evening. This is Jen Terriall, Director of Student Services. Mr. Keith McDonald, Director of Human Resources, and myself are going to review the COVID case-specific procedures. My slide is about the wellness room. The wellness room is a designated space for students who experience positive COVID-19 symptoms while they are in school. So for example, that may be a fever of 100.4 or higher, a severe headache, or an uncontrollable cough. Each school has a designated space available. We have staff who will be monitoring students when they are in that room. PPE is required for both the individual who is in the wellness room as well as the staff member who is monitoring the student. And the parent guardian will be contacted to come and pick up their student immediately. The wellness room will be sanitized and disinfected according to cleaning protocols. I think it is important to note that only select personnel will know the identity of the individual with the positive symptoms of COVID in the wellness room. The identity of the case is otherwise kept confidential following both the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act as well as the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Parents or guardians will also be provided with an information sheet outlining the requirements in order for their student to return to school.
We have a notification process after we have a student or staff member who is identified as being COVID positive. In these cases, our administration will either notify myself if it involves a staff member, or Dr. Terriall, the Director of Student Services, if it involves a student. Her and I will work together to ensure that our protocols are consistently being followed and in line with the Wayne County Health Department. If we do have a COVID positive student or staff at one of our buildings, the administration and staff will be provided a letter from the Human Resources Department that specifies a positive COVID case in the school. It will not name the person of the positive COVID case. Parents will be notified of a positive case in the school by the school administration. Again, the identity of the positive case will not be made. Staff and parents or guardians of students who have been reported to be in close contact with a positive case will be notified individually, potentially even from the Wayne County Health Department, as well as an LPS staff. Again, we follow the Wayne County Health Guidelines and their protocols. And I want to run through a few of those scenarios now. The next two slides here are both available on our current website on the COVID page. Each of these slides has 3 different scenarios, and I'm going to pick one of each and kind of walk through a little bit. Scenario 1 would be for a staff or student within the school confirmed to have COVID-19. There's procedures there that would identify how long that student would need to be out, or staff. Scenario 2 is for a student or staff member within the school that is symptomatic and pending a COVID-19 results. Again, specific protocols for which we must follow. I'll spend a little more time here on scenario 3. A student or staff member within the school is identified as a close contact to a confirmed COVID-19 case. In this case, we would have identified the close contacts, and those close contacts would each be excluded from school for 14 days since the last date of exposure to the person who tested positive. Those close contacts will be instructed to quarantine at home. Moving on to the next slide. In scenario 4, household member of a student or staff member within the school has been confirmed to have COVID-19, and what those quarantine procedures would be. In scenario 5, household member of a student or staff member within the school is both symptomatic and a close contact of a COVID-19 positive case and is pending a test. And again, what those quarantine measures would be. I'll spend a little bit more time again on scenario 6. This is for a household member of a student or staff member within the school is a close contact to a known positive COVID-19 case. This question comes up at times. A student can remain in school under these circumstances. It is monitored for the COVID-19 symptoms. Again, they are not the direct close contact. If COVID-19 symptoms were to develop in the household member, they are instructed to call a medical provider and get tested for COVID-19 and must be excluded from school at that time, and then would be treated as if they were in scenario 5 and pending results. So as we go through these, again, we will be contacting either Dr. Terrio or myself or other staff in my office, either Nakia Bright or Lynn Whitaker, and we help walk each of these different situations through so that we are able to have consistency with how we manage each of these.
I just want to mention, in case people are looking for this information, we have referred to it as our COVID section of the website. It's actually also the Return to Learn website. And so if you go on there, this information has been on there for quite a long time. As soon as we had this guidance from the county health department, it was added on there. So it is on the Return to Learn page. If you scroll down to the bottom, there is information specific to these scenarios and others like it.
And then on the last slide here for myself is how to handle symptoms and household exposures. Essentially what we just looked at, those 6 different scenarios, this is kind of broken down into a flow chart. And so you can kind of walk through and ask questions. This one has been designed to help our staff walk through with student symptoms and what types of questions we would ask that student or that parent so that we understand how best to monitor the situation, quarantine if necessary, and provide information to the parent. If you notice the top green box there is to provide information to the parents. We're putting together information such as COVID testing sites, quarantine procedures, and whatnot that may be helpful for our parents and students.
So this is Jen Terrell again, Director of Student Services, and we are now moving to the Special Education Transition Plan and Strict Mitigation Measures. The first slide talks about the goal of transitioning our special education students as of September 14th. So if you recall earlier, the week of September 8th provided one-on-one sessions with teachers and families. It allowed for special education evaluations with no other students in the school. So the first week of class was an opportunity for our teachers to provide parent training on Google Classrooms, as well as to assess our students on their IEP goals and objectives, and provide any special education evaluations that were due from March moving forward as well. It allowed our staff to reacclimate, as well as our students, to in-person instruction while supporting asynchronous instruction. So for the week of September 8th, our students were receiving that one-on-one live instruction. They were also receiving asynchronous instruction for that entire week. It also provided specialized instruction to our most unique learners. Again, assessments for IEP goals and objectives and services such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, and speech in person. So our students have been able to receive this teaching and reinforcing of new procedures in small groups with very few students in the building. So they've been learning the face mask procedures, how to walk in the halls, etc. So since September 14th, our students moved to in-person instruction. So our full-time resource programs at Grant, Randolph, Johnson, Frost, and Churchill, as well as our center-based programs, including our ASD programs, our MOCI programs, and our early childhood programs, have been in class Monday through Friday, with 50% of the class for a 2-hour block in the morning, and the other 50% of the class for a 2-hour block in the afternoon, all in person with their special education teacher and their service providers. Asynchronous instruction is also provided daily by an individualized learning binder in Google Classroom. So while our students are in class, they are also receiving that instruction from the learning binder. So what they learn in class is also taken home in the learning binder to support their in-person learning. Livonia Virtual also services over 300 students with IEPs across all of our district-wide programs. So we have some of our most unique programs, our ASD programs, and our moderately cognitively impaired programs servicing students in Livonia Virtual as well. Our transition plan for the week of October 5th will be for all of our students to return to full half-days for our preschool day of instruction based on their level and their school, which will include continuing our asynchronous learning binders, so continuing that home school connection with what our students are learning during live instruction. So for the most part, our programs will run the same time as the school that they are assigned to. Some of the unique schedules will be Coolidge ASD program, which is 5 minutes off of the Coolidge elementary program, Roosevelt ASD, Webster MOCI and ASD, and the Livonia Transition Program. The Western Wayne Skill Center at Garfield, our GSRP, the Great Start Readiness Program, our Early Childhood Special Education Program, and our Young 5 programs will have the same hours that they attended school in the 1920 school year. In addition to all of the general guidelines that Mr. Francis and everyone else has talked about for all of our schools, all of those procedures apply to special education programs as well. I added a few here just for our review. For arrival and dismissal, our students are only permitted to enter the building now starting 15 minutes before the start of the instructional day, and they will be dismissed in a staggered format by bus rider, car pickup, and walkers. Breakfast will continue to be offered for our students. For our students coming into the building, they will head directly to the cafeteria to pick up their breakfast and return to their classroom. Lunch, our students will be attending lunch in the cafeteria, so their teachers will review those protocols with their students, how they walk to the cafeteria, utilizing spacing between each students, and following the hallway traffic flow designated by the building administrator. So for example, on the hallway traffic flow, students will walk on the right-hand side when in the hallways, walking in single file lines and using tiles on the floor or an arm's length distance away as spacing as a guide. And students will continue to wear face masks during this time, except while eating. For recess protocols, weather permitting, our teachers will be taking their own students out for approximately 10 to 15 minute on the recess. They would be staggered in order for smaller groups to be out on the recess. For our students who require gross motor room protocols, staff will take students into the gross motor room in very small groups, and the staff will sanitize the equipment between groups for the gross motor room.
Good evening, I'm Bill Green, Director of Elementary Programs and District Services. I'm excited this evening to allow me the opportunity to present our plans for returning to learn for our elementary students. Hopefully I'll be able to paint a picture for you this evening on our transition plans, the schedule, the rationale for our schedule, and also those protocols that pertain to elementary students. So our first slide here that you see is our transition schedule for K4 and 5-6. So you don't have to get your calendars out right now, but this information you don't have to memorize, but let's go through it one bullet at a time. On Monday, October 5th, we're going to be bringing in our kindergarten students at the K4 level. And on Tuesday, October 6th, we're going to build that up and bring in on that day kindergarten and grade 1. We continue on Wednesday, October 7th with kindergarten and grades 1 and 2. I think you're starting to see the pattern here. And on Thursday, October 8th, kindergarten and grades 1, 2, and 3. And then Friday, October 9th, all grades at K4 are in the building. Our 5-6 friends, we are going to be bringing in our 6th grade only on the 5th, which is the Monday, and Tuesday the 6th. And then on the 7th and 8th, grade 5. And then on Friday, October 9th, all grades. And just for a moment before we go to the next slide, a little rationale why we're bringing in the grades that way is obviously for our K4, we want to bring in our youngest learners first to give them more experience. And then for our 5th and 6th graders, we actually flip that to bring in our experienced learners first that have had experience in the 5-6 buildings. And that way they can serve as leaders when we bring in our 5th grade students. And that final day, they'll be ready to go. And then I'll be on future slide describing Niji, Eero, and Webster's schedules as well. Yes, thank you, Ms. Oquist. Another piece of that is when we bring in our kindergartners, they're going to have additional parapro support, but also all hands on deck those first few days of school with just a few grade levels in. Okay, our goals and our purpose for the transition. We want to acclimate one grade at a time and teach procedures for arrival, breakfast, classroom procedures. We want to reinforce those hygiene practices that were spoken about earlier, practice going to our special areas. Of course, just like any other year, we want to build that in-person classroom community. Lunchtime, we're going to have lunch all of those days, practice our lunchtime processes. Recess, as mentioned earlier, and you'll see later, we're going to have recess still at the elementary. It'll look a little different this year, but there'll still be an opportunity for kids to go outside and play. And then our dismissal procedures. So what I think is a great part of this plan, in addition to bringing the kids back in person, is education continues for all during this process. So let's think back to that first slide. On Monday, October 5th, our young 5s, kindergarten, grade 6 students will be in person. That same day, grades 1 through 4 and grade 5 will take place with their remote learning, just like they're having right now during Safe Start September. On Tuesday, October 6th, again, our young 5s will be in person, kindergarten, and grades 1 and 6. Grades 2 and 4 and grades 5 will continue on with remote learning. So education continues for all. The purpose of that header is to let parents know that just because their child isn't in session in person that day, they're still having a full day of school just like they are having right now with Safe Start September. As we move on to Wednesday, October 7th, we can see our young 5s, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 5th are in person. and grades 3 and 6 are engaged in remote learning. And then on Thursday the 8th, young 5s, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th are in person. Grades 4 and 6 are engaged in remote learning. And then Friday, October 9th, all face-to-face students are back in session. And as a reminder, throughout this process, our Livonia virtual students will remain on their regular schedule this week. Here's another way to look at this for you. Education continues for all. You can see the in-person schedule, October 5th through 9th. Our Webster ACAT, since I hadn't had a chance to speak to this on the other slides, Family 3 will be in on October 5th, Family 2 on October 6th, Family 1 on October 7th, and then all students in our Webster ACAT program will return on the 8th, and of course, that's when they will begin their full in-person schedule. And our friends at Niji-Iro on the 5th, we're going to bring in the kindergartners at Niji-Iro. On the 6th, kindergarten through 2nd grade. On the 7th, kindergarten through 4th grade. And like Webster ACAT, they'll be in person full-time starting on October 8th. So here's another really important slide for you to consider is our key times for our face-to-face instruction. Our kindergarten through 4th grade will begin at their day at 8:55 a.m. And that's when the gentle arrival starts. So anytime between 8:55 to 9:10, students can start arriving at our elementary K-4 buildings. The student day officially begins at 9:10. And that's part of our safe start arrival, or our gentle arrival into our buildings. Lunch times will be at approximately 11:50 and 12:25 p.m., and our dismissal for K-4 students will be at 3:25. There's going to be a 30 to 40-minute daily responsibility of asynchronous learning through iReady at our K-4 level. At 5-6, in our 5-6 upper elementary buildings, their gentle arrival begins at 8:20 a.m., and continues through 8:35 a.m. And then at 8:35 a.m., their day starts. And I want to spend a moment just talking about those general arrival windows. This is going to be, as Mr. Francis spoke about earlier, an area where we want to have, uniformity on our mask and facial coverings. We really are going to be asking our community to think strongly about respecting those times of that general arrival, because that's built into our schedule to allow kids to arrive in a safe and orderly fashion so we don't have many kids coming in the building at one time. Again, in the 5-6, the lunch period is a little subject to change, but it's 11:20 and 11:50, and dismissals at 2:50 p.m. Again, you don't have to remember any of these times or memorize them. They'll be published in many ways, and as you know, our building principals do a fantastic job of communicating to their communities. So let's move on now to our strict mitigation procedures for elementary. Arrival. Students will only be permitted to enter the building starting 15 minutes before the start of the instructional day, as I just spoke. And they will go straight to the classroom unless they choose breakfast, and they will take their belongings to avoid congregating in groups and lines outside. Early arrivals will not be permitted. This is something, quite honestly, we've done before in elementary buildings, and our staffs are ready to engage in this type of arrival procedure. And breakfast will continue to be available for students as well. Students who choose breakfast upon entering the building will pick up their breakfast using physical spacing and go directly to their classrooms. And it's important to note at all of our elementary buildings, we have plenty of staff that are going to be available each and every day at arrival and dismissal to help students along, to help sure they're getting to the right places, and to be safe as they do that. Lunchtime, noon monitors will dismiss the students to and from the cafeteria to get their lunch while utilizing safe spacing and following hallway traffic flow as designated. All grades will eat in the classroom except our youngest learners and students with unique needs, who will eat in the cafeteria with appropriate physical distancing. Noon monitors and paraprofessionals, when available, will also assist in monitoring lunch in the classrooms. We got some more here for you. Dismissal. So at dismissal time, again, this is not uncommon. If we, in days past, had something going on in our gym or some other activity, we sometimes had to do a staggered dismissal. In dismissal, teachers will conduct staggered dismissal by bussers, walkers, or car pickup to avoid congregating in groups, lines, both in the school and outside. This is something our schools are going to fine-tune individually as traffic flow looks a little bit different in each of our buildings. Students are to remain in the rooms until the buses are announced, and car pickup and walkers will be dismissed in a manner not to conflict with bus pickup. If we look at locker usage, teachers will establish these processes in their classroom for locker usage with the goal of avoiding congregation in the hallways. Think about our arrival. They're first taking their materials into their classroom to start the day. And lockers will be single use, and they won't be shared at the elementary level. And we think about hallway traffic. This is something, quite honestly, that at the elementary level is something that's quite managed as it is. Students will walk on the right side when in the hallways, walking in single file lines and using tiles on the floor, arm-length spacing as a guide. All students will continue to wear their face coverings during their passing times. Again, restroom use. This is a normal procedure we do every year with our students, and this year it'll be very similar. They'll be utilized. The restrooms will be utilized by the students. Hallway bathrooms will also be utilized, and they'll be limited to one student at a time. And students or schools and teachers create their own system. Examples could be red stop signs and green signs. And the purpose is we don't want students congregating in bathrooms in the hallway washing their hands at the same time. So some other mitigation procedures we're going to implement in the elementary are fresh air breaks, mask breaks. These are going to be as needed. Elementary teachers are experts at knowing when their kids need a break. And these are going to be short breaks for students to go outside and take off the masks. Obviously, they'll be supervised and then return to the room. Teachers will use judgment in the terms of a schedule of mask breaks and go outside to the nearest door for a 3 to 5 minute break. Water bottles, water fountains. A few things on this topic. Our water fountains are not in use. They're covered. Students should bring their own water bottle. Water fillers may be used in the building. The sinks and the fillers may be used for students to refill their water bottles during class breaks and physical education. And then when we get to the subject of textbooks and shared resources, whenever possible, students will have their own set of materials. If that is not possible, shared material use will be limited and used only when necessary. I have more. Recess protocols. So as weather permits, students will go outside for recess. Teachers will take them out for a 10 to 15 minute recess on a staggered schedule in order to limit groups of kids outside and keep students in their classroom cohorts to avoid commingling. This is a building schedule. These schedules can be easily developed at our building level. They do not need to wear the mask while outside at recess, but must have them on until they are outside and put them back on before they return inside. Our elementary principals and the teachers, as you know, already have thought of many creative ideas to make sure students have these masks on them and are not losing them and taking care of them properly. If recess is indoors, social distancing requirements must be met. Again, we have a schedule we'll develop at the building for that. And SAC will be offered at K4 and 5-6 while we are in phase 4 and we'll follow LARA guidelines. Limited registration will take place due to the limited space that'll be available. And Ms. Kerrigan in the Jackson Center, Ms. Bites, are already working on that plan as we speak, and you should be hearing something in the next few days about such plan. After school activities, at this time we're suspending after school activities. That would include any activities such as PTA events and others. At this time, students should leave the school upon dismissal. And so another topic in the elementary school that you might be wondering about is how are we going to handle our special area classes? As you know, our specials are vital to our elementary students. And so if physical distancing requirements can be met, then all specials can be held in their actual special area classrooms. If that can't be met, they will be held in the general classroom. Just like we talked about before, seating charts would be something that we would expect also in the special area rooms. And then there'd be 10 minutes allocated for special area teachers to clean surfaces between their classes. So our special area times have shrunk a little this year to allow for that cleaning protocol to take place between our special area classes. Physical education will be offered outside whenever feasible. Masks are not required when PE is outside. They must be worn during inside physical education. Indoor physical education activities will be lower intensity. Those are the ones I'm going to attend. Music will be offered outside whenever possible. When inside, we'll offer opportunities to play rhythm instruments rather than wind instruments and explore music in new ways. Seating will be in chairs or on carpet areas physically distanced apart. And then if we go to the next slide, we have our library. LMC will be part of the regular special area program. Book browsing, checkout should be limited choices so students are not touching many books, but rather from choosing from a set of books. When books are returned, they'll be kept out of circulation for 24 hours. And then finally, art class. Art teachers will utilize a cart and travel to the different classrooms while students remain with their cohort. Students will be using individual supplies during class. I want to have a shout out to all of our special area teachers. They've been working really hard since summer to find ways that our students can continue to experience the specials during their school day. Each and every day they get more and more creative with their ideas and their way to make this possible for our friends. And then finally, a mitigation procedure that has been used in our elementary is our class size reduction. This table that you see in front of you shows our in-person class size average from fall of this year for each of our buildings. And it shows you an average in the reduction of class size from those same buildings as compared to last year. And then it also shows you our in-person enrollment for this fall at each of those buildings. And I know that was a lot, but that is what we have in plan for our elementary friends returning face-to-face. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Willenborg. I'm Director of Secondary Programs and District Services, and I'm presenting to you our secondary transition plan and mitigation measures. We're talking about those students in grades 7 through 12. Let's start with the purpose, the goal for our transition. A transition period from our remote learning to our face-to-face learning will allow us an opportunity to teach protocols, establish procedures, and acclimatize students for a full return to in-person instruction. It'll give us a chance to tweak things as we learn how things are going. It's a little slower pace. It's a little provides a little more detail as we bring everybody back into school. But we'll look at mitigation members through our arrival, through our breakfast procedures, our classroom procedures, our social emotional connections, our wearing of masks and physical distancing, how we run our passing times and our hallway procedures, as well as our lunchtime and our dismissal. Bringing students back piecemeal, if you will, as I'll explain in the next slide, will allow us to train our more experienced students, to provide guidance, for our younger students. But let's start with that transition plan at the middle schools. And on that Monday, October 5th, and Tuesday, October 6th, our plan is to bring back only the 8th grade students for in-person instruction. I want to emphasize a key point here is this is at our in-person, face-to-face learning times. So our start times are 7:30 a.m. for the middle schools. So our 8th graders will report at 7:30 a.m. on October 5th and October 6th for their scheduled instruction, which will take them through 3 periods of the day. Our 7th graders also have instruction on that day, but it'll remain on the remote mode. So they'll have remote learning on that new face-to-face time schedule. It'll restart at 7:30, not at the 8 o'clock time that they've been used to during our remote time. So everyone experiences learning, but we'll have our 8th graders in the building for those first 2 days. Our 7th graders will have their learning continue through the remote experience, but at the new start time. On Wednesday, October 7th, and Thursday, October 8th, we'll flip that and bring the 7th graders in for in-person instruction, on the new face-to-face time schedule, which is 7:30. So our 7th graders are coming in at 7:30 on those 2 days to go through their face-to-face instruction. Our 8th graders will be on that remote schedule. They'll stay at home. They'll be on a remote learning schedule, which will also start at 7:30, for those 2 days, October 7th and October 8th. Our plan then, after those 4 days of transition, that by Friday, October 9th, we're ready to bring in all students in person for their educational needs. Again, the start time, can't emphasize again because it's a change now from what we've experienced during Slow Start September, is 7:30 a.m. for our middle school students. At the high school, a somewhat similar plan. On October 5th and October 6th, we want to bring on our more experienced students, our students that can set the tone for others, want to make sure the new protocols are ingrained in their thinking, and we'll bring back those 11th and 12th graders for in-person instruction. Now, this includes also, of course, the Career Center will be participating. All their students are 11th and 12th graders. Our start time will remain as it is now at 8:10 a.m. Churchill starts 5 minutes later at 8:15. But so those first 2 days, 11th and 12th graders, the 9th and 10th graders still have an educational experience on those days, but it'll remain on that remote learning. It'll be that remote learning experience that they experience now with the async and sync experiences. On the next 2 days, Wednesday, October 7th and Thursday, October 8th, we'll flip it. We'll bring the 9th and 10th graders in for in-person instruction. And then the 11th and 12th graders, they'll revert back to the remote learning on the face-to-face time schedule that they're experiencing now. So with those plans, each grade level has 2 days to move through their full schedule. With our new block schedule, they run 3 periods per day. They'll have 2 days each, so they'll be able to run through their full schedule. And again, with the high schools, as well as the middle schools, on Friday, October 9th, our plan is to bring back everybody, all students, for their in-person experience. So just to map it out one more time, you can see the in-person instruction taking place for 8th, 11th, and 12th graders on October 5th and 6th. Reverts to 7th, 9th, and 10th graders on October 7th and October 8th. This chart just provides you another way to look at it, how it'll run through that week.
So I'm just going to make a quick note that if you are furiously writing this at home, please do not worry. We will communicate. This slideshow will be available on the website. Our principals and our district will also be communicating regularly between now and that time regarding the schedule. And we also want to make note, and we will also send this out, this information as well, that Friday, October 2nd will be an asynchronous learning day for our students as our teams transition in the school for in-person learning. So Friday, October 2nd will be an asynchronous learning day for the entire district as we prepare for the return of students on the 5th. Again, more information will come out with these specific schedules by grade level for each of our families.
Let me move to our strict mitigation procedures at the secondary level. Might not have quite the detail as my elementary colleagues, but will provide you with a sense of where we're headed. You know, and again, the big thing, I think the most important thing is we've changed our educational process to block scheduling. So with block scheduling, you know, where we have 3 100-minute periods per day, it reduces the number of times students and staff commingle, you know, we've limited the number of classes that they attend each day. It also reduces the number of student passing times each day down to 2. You know, so we went from 6 classes down to 3 classes, essentially. 5 passing times down to 2. You know, our arrival, you know, there will be designated doors at each school that students can come in. They are permitted to enter the building before the start of the instructional day. At the earliest high school arrival will be 7:45 a.m. That's 7:50 a.m. at Churchill. Earliest middle school arrival will be 7:15 a.m., 15 minutes before the start of school. We ask parents to cooperate with us and understand that earlier arrivals, you know, are not permitted. Breakfast will continue to be available for students at the middle school. It's pretty much a grab and go. You're eating breakfast in your first period. At the high school level, there will be a little time. They'll be able to sit in the cafeterias using physical spacing until their first hour begins. When we talk about locker use, you know, and we're concerned about students congregating around lockers, locker use will be allowed at the start and end of the school day at most buildings. Every building is a little unique. We have their own rules and regulations, but we're monitoring the locker use at schools to make sure that's not a gathering point for students. Lunch times. At the middle schools, we used to have 2 lunches. Now we're going to have 3. At the high schools, we used to generally have 2 or 3 lunches. Now we'll have 4. And the idea is that we're separating the students. It allows us to spread them out during that lunchtime. We'll be able to more easily control physical distancing with fewer students. You know, so our administrative staffs have looked at different maps and are exploring different guidelines of marking off seats at the lunchroom tables, of separating the tables, of allowing outdoor seating in courtyards where possible, eating in other large common areas near the cafeteria. So the whole emphasis, we're spreading them out, you know, through a lot of different areas, and we've increased the number of lunch periods. You know, we certainly we'll expect our students and staff to wash their hands and use the sanitizers provided both before and after lunch. Our lunchroom staff will wear gloves and facial coverings. Next, restroom use. Certainly we're allowing the kids to use restroom. It'll be open all day, but there'll be an emphasis for kids not to congregate in there during passing time. So the emphasis will be, you know, that staff, teachers are letting students out of their periods, of their learning periods, to make sure kids use the restroom, and maybe they won't have to use it during the passing time then. You know, that passing time is limited to 5 minutes. We want to keep kids moving in the hallways. You know, electives. Our elective areas, you know, we offer a wide range of electives, especially at our high schools, and you know, that specific guidance will be offered by the classroom teacher and the department chair. So, you know, our PE department will look at, you know, are we using lockers in the locker room? You know, when will we wear masks? And the idea is indoors, absolutely, as well as outdoors. When we look at the art rooms, you know, how many people can be around an easel? Those are all things that they're setting that guidance. You know, our music, you know, our class sizes have been reduced. We'll try to be outside as much as we can. You know, we will wear masks. On dismissal, you know, students will be expected to leave the building as soon as possible. If they're riding the bus, keep your mask on, load up that bus with your mask on. And then the school administration and others, you know, will assist in the effort to clear the building when school ends. Students must wait for their rides outside of the building, weather permitted. Certainly won't have them stand out in the rain, but, and we'll direct them to specific indoor areas when that's the case. School administrators will determine a safe gap time procedures for students who play sports and utilize administrators and other appropriate staff to monitor students. So if students have to wait around a bit, for an athletic event to start, we'll have an area for them. Generally we're directing kids to go home when they can. If it's a 2-hour layover, you're going home and coming back. But if it's a shorter time, certainly we'll try to, as we do now, have a supervisor, generally an assistant coach or thereabout, to cover those students during that gap time. And then Mr. McDonald was going to share our class size reductions at the secondary level.
Similar to what Mr. Green provided regarding elementary class sizes, we wanted to do the same with secondary. And as you can see here towards the latter columns, we've been able to reduce our class sizes down from around the 29 or 30 mark to about the 21 students per class, largely due to the block scheduling. I know Mr. Willenberg talked to some of the other advantages to block scheduling. The one he left for me to discuss was the staffing and student class size. The way block scheduling worked is not only providing those excellent protocol or mitigation procedures that Mr. Willenberg spoke about, but it also increased the number of sections that each one of our staff members teach. Traditionally, it would have been 5 out of 6 classes. Now that is 6 out of 6 classes. That allows us to more efficiently use all of our space and all of our classrooms in the school, effectively spreading our students out across the school as well. With these averages, I want to make sure we understand that they are indeed averages. We're talking about 1,000 or so sections across secondary school here. So that's not to say all of the classes out there are within 1 or 2 of these averages. We do have classes in some pockets here and there that would be higher, but generally our classroom settings, so your traditional classroom type settings, would be ranging between 11 and 27. So we have some much smaller class sizes than we've traditionally ever seen, but we do range between 11 and 27. When we have some of those sections that are slightly, we'll call them larger, but traditionally not large, in that 26, 27 range, we have been able to identify other locations. So where we couldn't necessarily reduce the number of students in a particular class, we could look at rooms that would allow us to increase the square footage and effectively space our students out that way as well. So just alternate ways to accomplish a similar goal.
And then I'd like to wind up with just a short discussion regarding the Michigan High School Athletic Association and where we stand for our guidelines for athletics. And just to run you through a little history and to provide a virtual pat on the back, if you will, for our coaches and athletic directors. We've been working mitigation procedures since late June, where we have been authorized to run conditioning drills and work. And so the screening protocols, the cleaning of equipment, the wearing of masks, the physical distancing, the separate water bottles, are all part of our already built into most of our athletic procedures. Football, after the start of the football season, which starts first in August, within a week, it was postponed. The season was postponed, as you well know. Girls volleyball and girls swimming and dive were only allowed to practice outdoors. They were not allowed indoor. Now, fortunately for athletics, the governor's executive order in early September put football back in action, and it did allow indoor practices and competitions for girls volleyball and girls swim and dive. They set out several guidelines, additional mitigating guidelines, which include no scrimmages, limit multi-team competition. So sometimes when you go to a meet, there might be 12 schools at a cross-country invitation. No such thing anymore. It's limited to number of runners, Most, volleyball competitions on the weekends are limited to 4 teams only. Masks to be worn on the sidelines and in competitions by participants and coaches. There are limited exceptions, to include cross-country runners when they're running in their competition, to include the girls when they're swimming. We don't expect them to wear their masks in the pool. In sports like tennis and golf, where physical distancing is more easily accomplished, they also do not have to have their masks on. There's limitations about how we host events, and spectators are now limited at contests to 2 per participant. So our athletic directors collect rosters from our home team and the visiting team. Each participant gets 2 guests, and they check them in when they come in, and that's all. So parents are fortunate to be able to watch their children, but we're not able to extend that to other family members or friends. No concessions are offered at the contests. And per the guidelines, the marching band and the pom-pom are not allowed to perform at football games. But their seasons continue. They're being active. They are rehearsing. They are practicing. And other performance opportunities are being planned. They're planning performances, for those groups. So they'll have a chance to have a marching band show in front of their parents on a particular day, or have a pom performance in front of their parents on another day. So that's where we are with the Michigan High School Athletic Association. Then I'm turning it over to
This is Teresa O'Brien.
Ms.
I'm
O'Brien.
the Chief Academic Officer, and I would like to update you on Livonia Virtual. So as we began this presentation, we talked about that we began this recommendation with return to face-to-face with a safe start September, but we also offered a virtual option to our families that we have created and staffed over the last month, and has been hand in hand with our remote teachers for this month of September. So following similar schedules, similar amount of time between asynchronous and synchronous, but as we plan to move to in-person instruction, our Livonia virtual students will stay in the virtual world. So our school, our largest school, is Livonia Virtual at this time. It is taught by Livonia Public Schools teachers and has 71 elementary teachers. And during our commitment window, we had almost 4,000 families sign up. We made contacts with those families to check to make sure, because some families actually thought, as we were talking about remote and virtual, which one had they signed up. So we certainly cleared that up for the people that we needed to, but in the end, we ended up with 71 elementary classrooms, and over 90 secondary staff are teaching at least one Livonia virtual course. We are continuing to utilize Michigan virtual courses when possible, but even during this time, some of those courses didn't have instructors, so we had to make some different arrangements for some of our secondary courses. And so we problem solved our way around some of those courses. And then if you remember when we made our original presentation, we were not going to offer Livonia Virtual for our magnet programs. Based on the number of parents that committed to Livonia Virtual who are from those programs, we were able to create a blended opportunity between Livonia Virtual or a ACAT teacher, MACAT teacher. So through the flexibility and hard work of our schedulers and our teachers, we were able to offer a virtual option for those magnet programs. So currently, we have accommodated all of the students who registered during the commitment window, which closed on August 10th, which is about 25% of our population of students. So we have about 1,398 students at the K-4 level, 581 students at the 5-6, 629 at 7-8, and 1,187
at our secondaries, high schools. So in having a commitment window and trying to staff that since August 10th, we did establish a wait list starting actually almost as soon as the window closed in order to see if there was room and ways that we could add additional students. And so since August 10th, we have been able to add a total of 151 students from the wait list into Livonia Virtual. Unfortunately, when we closed and finished our scheduling process last week, there was 197 students we were not able to accommodate between schedules, between staffing. We have closed it at this point, and at the trimester or the semester point, we would be, again, looking at the possibility if people were interested in switching. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Oquist.
Thank you so much, Mrs. O'Brien, and to our entire team for that comprehensive look at our return to learn recommendations to you. So again, in summary, we have presented to you this evening a recommendation to have a gradual return to in-person instruction beginning the week of October 5th. Again, we are still awaiting final guidance from the Wayne County Health Department based on the guidelines from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. We'll certainly keep the board and our community apprised of their feedback. And our recommendation to you for next week would be to bring this as part of our extended continuity of learning plan, while also continuing to offer as our long-term virtual option, Livonia Virtual. And so again, there were many, many hands in this process, not only members of this team, but this work has really been built off of the task force work that started this summer from, again, many, many representatives throughout our stakeholder groups. And as we began the school year with Safe Start September, we then pulled together a district team including many different departments, levels, our partners with our employee group, leadership, and really began to take a look at what that gradual transition plan should look like, and again, importantly, what those strict mitigation measures would be. And so this is all information that we will be summarizing and sending out to our staff and our school community tomorrow. So those who may not be joining us this evening have this information to review, and then we would bring this to you, our board, next Monday, again, as part of our recommendation for our extended continuity of learning plan. I'd also like to thank our community partners. A great thought partner has been Dr. Matthew Griffin, who is the Chief Medical Officer at St. Mary Mercy, who has been a great resource for me as we've looked at mitigation measures and the most important protocols to be using in a safe workplace and a safe schools, as well as our partners at Wayne County RESA and the Health Department throughout these past several weeks to help guide us in these decisions. So, and of course, each and every member of our team who has contributed many, many hours over the past several weeks to plan for this return to learn, and the feedback that we have received throughout that process from staff, from our community, some from students directly, as well as their parents. So we know this is an issue, again, of great importance. It's one we certainly have taken a great deal of thought and care to bring to you this evening, and we would welcome the opportunity to answer questions that you may have about this recommendation.
Thank you, Mrs. Oquist. Do we have questions, Mr. Centers?
Well, this is a lot. The school's going to look very differently, and I think there are a lot of people in the community that we're really looking forward to students going back, and there are very good reasons behind that. And this is going to take a lot of diligence. For our staff, it's going to take a lot of diligence to build the routines, to follow the protocols. for the students to follow them, to practice them, to have the discipline to do that. I have to put a really big emphasis on our families too, that all of this can be for naught if you are not diligent at home too. All these protocols really reduce the risk. But if we have our students doing parties at home, lots of large gatherings, where we're having COVID spread, and let's say people aren't taking temperatures in the morning, there is still risk here. So I'm really asking our community to really think about, be thoughtful, be a good citizen, take these protocols seriously, make sure that your student understands them, make sure they're taking mask wearing seriously, build up their tolerance for that. Make sure they're, if they're younger, they have good skills washing their hands. I'm sure our teachers will do that, teach them that, but it's better to have them come ready for that. There is a lot that we can do as a community for this to be successful. Likewise, if our community starts sending kids without taking temperatures and some of these other things that, ultimately could add more risk, then this could not go well. So, this is new for us. It's new for everyone, districts all around. And I've heard from people in other districts that is one thing that in places they've opened up, that has been a real challenge. And that's set them behind when families themselves are maybe following at school, but at home are much more lax. So, there's a lot here. And I think as we get going and as we start and, we're doing a transition period, we may learn some more about what things are best for our routines and our programs. So, I think ultimately there's some good here. It's good that the buildings are at lesser capacity, that we took this time and we were able to do things that, had we started on day one, would have been very difficult, like having parents opt in for transportation, setting up those bus routes, getting the time to get those things going, to really get our procedures in place, have the teachers think that out. Well, teachers have been in the buildings now. They understand what a lot of the protocols and procedures will be. So I think we're further along than we were a few weeks ago. We need to continue to grow and assess along the way. And I want to compliment Mrs. Oquist for, I know she's taken this very, very seriously, and she's talking to the health department, she's talking to the state. And just knowing that we have to always assess and make sure that we're in a good place and a healthy place for our students. So I said a lot there, but we talked a lot about what we can control here, but I just didn't want that message to go without being said that, we need a partnership with our families too.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Other questions and comments? Mrs. Burton.
Thank you. I've received a few questions from staff members or parents over the last few weeks. Some of them we've discussed at the board table, some we have not, but so that everyone in the public has some of these questions and answers. Mrs. Oquist, one of the questions I was given is, what if a student will not wear their mask or will not wear it properly? What is the plan and who's responsible for that?
So again, mask wearing, there's a reason why this was the #1 mitigation measure. This is not only from the research that we have studied very carefully, but from the medical community with whom we have consulted, is the #1 mitigation factor. This will be a non-negotiable. And so it is a requirement for attendance. It's a requirement for entry into school as well as to staying into school. And so that is the only option, and we will, if a student has forgotten their mask or something has happened to their mask, we will have plenty of additional disposable masks provided for them. But there are consistent guidelines that will be upheld in every school, and an expectation for every classroom that students have them on and that they have them on at all required times, which is at all times except for eating.
Okay. And if a teacher is having difficulty having a given student wear his or her mask or wear it properly, what's
Then the
to happen?
administration will assist with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
A question was asked too of me, why we are not taking student temperatures at school. Is that something you could address?
Sure, I'll actually let Dr. Terrell jump in on that as well. We've done quite a bit of research on this topic, and I'll let Dr. Terrell address that.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Oquist. So as Ms. Oquist just said, so we have had a lot of communication with the Wayne County Health Department, and the decision was made that families would be providing the screening protocols at home, as Mr. Centers spoke to, that our parents and our guardians have been requested to fill out that screening protocol, taking the student's temperature because they know their student the best. Taking students' temperatures here at school requires parental consent for us to be able to take their temperatures, and it's performing a medical procedure, and we are not medical staff. So based on what the Wayne County Health Department has shared with us, the screening protocol is to be done at home. If we have parental consent for a student who is in the wellness room in order to take their temperature, we would be taking their temperature at that time. But again, our hope is that our families will be doing that at home every day before the student comes to school.
Okay. Thank you.
So just to be clear, if a student is ill, we are allowed to take the student's temperature. If it is a condition of entry, the legal opinion that has been given to us is every child would need to have a waiver. You cannot deny entry based on that. You would need to have a waiver, and you would also need to have an established process in multiple locations at each school. So again, after consultation with both administration as well as the health department, we determined we would take their guidance and utilize the home protocol. However, I just wanted to clarify that if they are ill or exhibiting symptoms, we are able to take their temperature.
Okay, thank you. The scenarios, those were not created by Livonia Public Schools. Those are created by the Wayne County Health Department, correct? And therefore, they will be consistent throughout every public school district in Wayne County.
That is correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure folks were aware. This is not something we're coming up with on our own. We're following health guidance on that.
That is correct. Those are not our own scenarios.
Okay. The asynchronous learning, and this might be a question for either Mr. Green, Mr. Willenborg, or both, or somebody else. The asynchronous learning, for example, there's 30 to 40 minutes expected at the elementary school. Am I correct in assuming that that is to be done at home, or is that an asynchronous portion during their elementary school day?
Yeah, that would be at home, and so that could be very flexible for families when they want to choose to do that.
Okay. And the same thing for our secondary students. That's the asynchronous period is to be done at home.
That's correct.
Okay.
Asynchronous will be done on the student's own time at home.
Okay. And in case folks can't view the class size chart or didn't have an opportunity to see it, I know the meeting is lengthy for those who are listening from home. There are some significant class size reductions. And granted, it is an average, but class sizes have gone from an average of in the high 20s into the 30s at high school and dropped down by an average of about 8 students per class, and a significant class size reduction in our elementary schools also. I'd like to thank our administration. This is some part of the Wayne County Enhancement Millage has allowed us to have funding so that we can hire additional teachers to lower these class sizes in a situation like this. But while it is an average, and that is recognized, there are going to be pockets that are significantly lower and a few pockets that are going to be higher. But average, our class sizes are significantly lower than they were. We've not dropped a student or two out of each class, but many. And I would just like to thank our administration for working very hard to get it accomplished. Granted, it is not perfect in every class at all times, and my understanding is that any classes that would be on the larger size, that we are going to be identifying larger rooms in our buildings and moving those classes to larger rooms. So even though they may be on the larger size of the average, they're still going to have as much, if not potentially more, square footage and space between students, because we'll be moving them to collaboration rooms and larger rooms to hold those classes in. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton. Other questions or comments? Mrs. Bonnefield?
Thank you, President Johnson. I want to thank everyone for the great presentation. I know that there's a lot going on. We have a lot of buildings, a lot of classrooms. And Mr. Francis spoke a little bit to it, that if there are some concerns with any of the building spaces, that the district will come out and take a look at those. But I think that goes for pretty much everything in the school district, is that, you know, this is new to everybody, and there are going to be pockets of things that are going to come up that need to be looked at, and I just urge everyone to make sure that you reach out to the appropriate people and let them know if you find a difficulty or a question, and don't let that be something that sours your experience. That it's important to reach out to building administration, central office, and I know there are a lot of protocols. And Mrs. Oquist, I don't know if you want to, if there's any protocols that we should talk about following, or just the general protocols of, you know, first contact your, if you're a parent, contact your teacher, if you're a teacher, contact your building supervisor, and so on. I don't, but I guess I just want to make sure everybody knows this is not 100%. We can't cover every single scenario, but that if there are potential pitfalls, that everyone, teachers, staff, and students, need to reach out and make sure that we know. We can't fix it. We can't fix anything that we don't know about.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things I think that has been really helpful during this time, and we appreciate this opportunity during September to be able to look at each and every aspect of this, because believe it or not, it probably feels like you've been here a long time and heard a lot of detail, but believe it or not, there are actually many aspects of this that, if you boil this down to a secretary in the office, a building supervisor in their school, a teacher in their classroom, a paraprofessional working with a student, each of these areas are now being broken down by department, by role, by area of the school, and need for some of these are going to be very school specific. And so while we shared a lot of information this evening, really some of the very detailed questions with regard to what will it look like in our office, what will it look like in our classroom, what will it look like in our lunchroom, are important conversations that are still to be had as we go forward. So I think that's essential that we continue that communication. That's part of the purpose of the graduated reentry as well over the course of that week, is to be able to give feedback, hear feedback, and make continued modifications along the way. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oquist. Did you have something, Mrs. Frank?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity. We have gotten several communications, and so I just wanted to take the opportunity to say we have heard all of them. I know that some of them have said, I don't think that you're listening. And I just want to say we are listening to our community. We are hearing what you're saying. We are concerned with your concerns. When you bring concerns to us, we hear them. Mr. President Johnson replies to emails on behalf of the board. But we are hearing and we are reading those communications, and we understand so many people's concerns about the plan. We understand that it can be anxiety inducing for many people. But I also believe that this whole pandemic for so many people has been anxiety producing. And so while we hear you and we are trying, and I think that this board is, and this administration is trying in so many ways to meet the needs of everybody. And unfortunately, there's not a way, and we've not seen a school district. We've all looked at many, many school districts, and there's not one school district that we think is nailing it, that is the perfect way to do it. So no matter what we decide tonight, or next Monday night, it's going to be a difficult decision, and it weighs heavily on all of us. So please, it's not that we didn't hear you. It's we're taking everyone's voices and trying to make the best decision for our staff, our students, our families, and our entire Livonia community. And so I just want to stress that we are hearing you. If you don't get a reply to every single email, we do hear them, we do read them, and we understand your concerns and your fears. The parents' fears of their students that are having issues at home, that are having some social emotional issues, that are having anxiety. We understand any of our staff that is having anxiety. So we hear that, and that weighs heavy on us. And so we make this decision and we go into this. We hear the recommendations from our staff, and we don't take that lightly. And none of us are going into this thinking that we have the perfect solution, as Mrs. Bonifield said, and Mr. Center said, and Mrs. Burton, that this is not a perfect time. There's no perfect solution in this. The perfect solution is to get back to normal, but we are not there, and we are not pretending that we're going back to normal. We've made several mitigation plans. We are not going back to things as normal just because we're going back to school. So I just wanted to say that and then I'll just keep continuing on. I know that many of our parents wanted plans a little earlier, that October 1st was coming, and they were getting nervous that we didn't have plans. But as you can hear tonight, things are changing daily. The Wayne County Health Department just released their plans last Thursday. So things are continuously changing. So it's not fair to our staff, to our community, to provide plans when we are not certain what those plans are going to be in terms of what other entities are going to be placing on us. So it needed to wait till today to come out with the exact plans. I also wanted to address, I know that we talked about staff, and we've gotten several communications from staff in terms of washing down the desks in between cohorts. We have mostly at the secondary classroom, because at the elementary the kids are staying together as cohorts easier. So the secondary classes, but our class times are longer. So even if a teacher cannot wipe down the classroom in that 5 minutes, we have extended the classroom so there's enough time for the teacher to be able to do that. We understand that that might not be possible in the 5 minutes that is allocated between classrooms, but I just wanted to say that and that was again determined by the state. That was not our decision to ask the teachers to do that. That was determined by the state. And then I just wanted to reemphasize too, Mrs. Oquist, you did say that those timings and all of those grids are going to be on the website tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yes, the whole presentation will be on there.
Okay. I know that lots of parents will have that, want to take snapshots of those. And so I think those were all my questions. But I do just want to say that this board is very dedicated to getting this as right as we can be, and that we hear you, and we don't have any words that can just say we're going to make this the best that we are going to make it the best that we can be, but it's not going to be without struggles. And so I just wanted to say that we do hear all of our parents. We hear their concerns, although I must say, and I think that it has been said here before, our staff has done a tremendous job this fall. I actually don't know if it's been stated publicly, but I have seen the best of our staff, of our teachers coming out, and they are part entertainers. And what I hear coming out of these laptops from these kids is amazing, and even the engagement that they have, it is amazing that the teachers are able to break out in the breakout rooms and talk to the kids, and the kids are working on projects and then coming back, and they're doing videos and that sort of thing. So I think that our teachers are doing phenomenal things, but I also hear the parents saying it's hard. It's just really, really hard. And so we hear both sides, and we appreciate both sides of everybody that's giving feedback. So.
Are you done, Mrs. Frank?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Thank you. Mrs. Jarvis?
Thank you, President Johnson. Short and sweet, because I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. I'd like to give a shout out firstly to the secondary counselors who did an amazing job juggling and arranging classes so that the students would fit. I don't want to play Tetris against these guys. They did, it's phenomenal. When I look at all the hundreds of sections, juggling those, changing to block schedules, balancing that with students switching over to Livonia Virtual, and then being brave enough to say, yeah, we'll do it again at semester break. I can't even fathom. So a big shout out to those very, very talented staff members. And also I'd like to acknowledge the families, because this has not been easy. And families who have been working with their kids, working day and night in many cases, to have some kind of an educational experience from home. We acknowledge that that is not optimal and that it's not easy. However, I also want to acknowledge that when we do go back to school, it's not going to be normal. There will be quarantines. There will be times when your child will not be able to go to school. And when that happens, it will, excuse me, it will be very easy for your child to shift gears and to continue their learning experience because of what they're doing now. This is a training opportunity as well for families, for students, for everyone in the classroom, so that when the inevitable happens, there will not be a loss of learning, and we will already be experienced and prepared to handle that.
Thank you, Mrs. Jarvis. Anything else? Mrs. Bradford?
Well, that leaves me, and I guess you, Mr. Johnson. I have to say thank you to my board members for all their comments, because I echo all their sentiments. I just do want to say that this is a partnership. There's so many moving parts when I look at this between the administration and the cabinet, then going down into our staff, then going down into our families, and then going down into our students. We have to work this out together. And like everybody said, nothing's perfect, because every family has an individual need or an individual set of circumstances. As a board, we sit here and we're entrusted with the 14,000 students and 2,000 staff. So while we listen to all your individual needs and concerns, we're looking at a whole. We're looking at the whole program. And it looks differently from this viewpoint and this vantage point. It's a very difficult position to be in, because we're concerned with everybody. And not to say yours family isn't important, it is. It's so very important. And all the struggles that all these families have endured is difficult. And I think our staff's struggling. I think everybody is feeling the angst of what's happening out in our world. And it's interesting, because I look at these viewpoints and some make sense, some don't make sense. They mostly don't make sense. There's a lot of confusion. But we have to make some difficult decisions on how we are going to appropriately get these kids the education that they need. And it's a difficult task. And I commend our cabinet and our staff, everybody, and our families. I mean, if you look at each working system, we have to partnership together, and it's not going to be easy. It's not an easy road. Just like Liz said, we will have medical situations in our buildings, and we will have to deal with those. We will have all sorts of different situations that we are flooded with every day. But we need to do it together, and we need to do it in the best way. And I agree, if somebody has a question or a comment, please go to the appropriate person, a teacher or somebody, and try to work out your unique situation as best you can. But I'm hoping that we can navigate this together, and we'll get there. We'll get there in some way, shape, or form. But I'm proud of the work that we have done so far in our district. I know it hasn't been easy on our families. We recognize that. I also want to acknowledge, as Crystal has, we do read all of your emails that come through our email, our boxes. It's difficult to answer everybody's question, individual questions, and I think President Johnson has done a great job at trying to get some information back to people. But please know that we take every comment and listen and hear what your concern. And we do invite you to, now that you know this plan, if you have questions or comments, please let us know, email us, we'll get you to the appropriate people. But we have a lot of work to do. This is ongoing, and like our colleagues have said, things change every single day. It's not like we can just come out one week and just say, well, this is the plan, this is it, this is what we're gonna do. There's just factors that come into play that make us have to pivot or switch or change direction. And so we do need everybody's partnership in order to make this plan work and make it work for our kids. Again, our virtual realm is great. We're getting instruction, direct instruction, but I think our students, I think they need some semblance of getting back into the classroom with their teachers. It's really important that they connect with their teachers in some way, shape, or form. And like Crystal said, it's not the prettiest. I mean, it's going to be difficult to wear a mask every day and keep that mask on and just all the different rules and regulations. But we're going to have to navigate as best we can. So thank you to everybody who's been working so hard and continues to work so hard every single day for our students, because that's what it's all about. It's all about our kids. So continue the good work. We'll continue every day to be positive and try to work through this pandemic as best we can. And I appreciate everybody's hard work, because we're all working really hard to make the best program for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Bradford. Any other comments? I guess
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mrs. Frank.
I was just going to say, I think we've talked generally about coming back to school, but I just wanted to also say, I think that the thoughtful approach of the way that we're slow starting it in, we did a slow start September, but we're also slow starting it in. I don't think we've addressed that. I think that that is really wise, to bring in just the kindergartners, to bring in just the 8th graders, just the 7th graders, and to bring it in that phase in, I think will be really helpful. As Mr. Green said, to have all hands on deck when it's just the kindergartners, that everybody can be there. When it's just the 9th graders, it's all hands on deck. And so I think that those pieces are going to be really important, because some of these kids have not been to school. Well, all of them have not been to school for such a long time. So I think that it's really important that we are intentional about how we're bringing them back, and that we're doing it purposefully and with diligence. And I think that the plan that you have laid out is really phased well. Sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. Any others? If not, then I do have a few questions, but I do want to make a few brief statements first. And I know you think a lawyer talking briefly is an oxymoron, but I'll try and be as brief as possible. With regard to the emails, I want to acknowledge, yes, I try and answer as many as I can. I think I've answered close to 600 in the last couple of months. Some of the ones that came in over the last few days, I purposely did not respond to those because we were going to have this meeting tonight, and the plan was going to be presented. So I held off, hoping that this information would help and answer a lot of those questions. I also want to acknowledge the massive amount of work that the cabinet and all of their staff have put in to get to this plan. You saw how much work was put in just by watching the presentation. That took just a tremendous amount of work, and I want to thank you all for doing that, because to me it's a little like that blindfolded child in the backyard with the stick trying to hit the piñata, and the piñata keeps moving. That's what you've had to deal with, because it keeps moving. every week or every day, it seems like we get different information out of the health department or out of the state that changes the goal. And you've done a tremendous job following the guidelines and coming up with the plan. So we greatly appreciate that. One thing I wanted to expand on with Mr. Centers, just keep in mind as well, when he talks about a partnership, if your child is at home and they are exhibiting symptoms, I know the temptation may be to just go ahead and send them to school, but you may want to take a second look at that and make sure that they don't have the COVID before you send them in. We would ask that for the entire community that you at least take a look at them before you send them in. A couple of questions that I do have. We talked about the block scheduling. For how long a period of time are we going to follow that schedule?
It will be for the year.
For the entire year?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about the bus transportation and the sanitation on the buses. And I know that they're requiring us to have the hand sanitizer at the very first step.
Yes.
What do we do if there's a child that refuses to use the hand sanitizer?
Well, excuse me, similar to a mask, we want to provide them with the opportunity to come to school. We don't want to leave children at a bus stop. So we will work with the child, we will get them a mask. If they don't have a mask, we will have a supply on the bus, and we will talk through getting them to use the hand sanitizer. I mean, if there's a continuous abstinence to something, then that has to be dealt with and the parents have to be called. It's one thing if we're talking about a 16-year-old saying that and doing that, and it's a little different when there's a 6-year-old that you're going to say, get on the bus or get off the bus. Some of our children we're going to have to work with. Not all of them know how to wear a mask properly. Not all of them know how to use the hand sanitizer stations properly. There's a difference between not being familiar, needing to be taught and worked with, and being obstinate and refusing to do something. So those will be dealt with appropriately as needed.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Francis. In some of the protocols, we talked about close contact. What do we deem close contact to be?
We utilize the Wayne County Health Department's definition of close contact, and I'm trying to pull that up right now so I can actually read that to you. Close contact is starting 2 days before the person with the confirmed case of COVID-19 started having symptoms or was tested if they've never had symptoms. Is a person who is within 6 feet of a person infected with COVID-19 for more than 15 minutes, regardless of wearing a face covering, be it a mask or a shield. Close contact is also someone who was otherwise exposed to COVID-19 droplets from an infected person, for example, from a sneeze or a cough. Examples of close contact include individuals who provides care to, shares a living space, or eating in or drinking utensils with, or direct physical contact, touch or a hug or kiss with someone who is infected with COVID-19. So that's directly off the Wayne County Health Department website.
Okay, great, thank you. And Mr. Francis, there was a discussion about expanding the bandwidth for the virtual, or for, really, the bandwidth affects
The district,
the
yes.
district,
Yes,
right.
that was done actually before remote started. That was done in late, well, actually, September 8th was a later Labor Day, September 7th. So it was actually very early in September when we had everything completed. We were fortunate to already have the hardware required. We just need to work with AT&T to have the expansion of the network and how much it can handle. So we went from 1.2 to 10. It was not quite 10 times the amount, but it has been a very successful transition, and we have plenty of bandwidth as a district now.
Is that going to be a permanent expansion?
It will be temporarily permanent, if you want to go with that. It is something that we do pay more for that, just like you would at home when you expand your broadband service. So for the foreseeable future, we are certainly going to keep it when we know that we've got hundreds of people using our network for live streaming, for possibly recording themselves, for asynchronous learning, et cetera. We are going to hold on that until we have a better view of what our future will be.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mrs. Oquist, you mentioned our plan has been submitted. Can you expand on that just a little bit?
Sure. So not our entire extended continuity of learning plan, but our strict mitigation measures have been submitted to the Wayne County Health Department via Wayne County RESA to match those up against the requirements for strict mitigation measures.
Do those need to get approved in some way?
Technically, the school board is the final decision maker on that. However, as we read in that green box, I believe the wording was in-person allowed with strict mitigation measures and consultation with the health department regarding innovative mitigation measures to be considered, or something along that line. So what we are asking for are two things. One, do our measures meet MDHHS guidelines as strict mitigation measures? The second piece is, are there other innovative measures for districts that have been open and have been successful with that process that they want to share with us that we could include as part of our plan? So there's a two-prong piece of feedback that we are looking for.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
Certainly.
And those are all the questions I have. Are there any other? Mrs. Frank?
I just wanted to follow up on two things I think that parents are wondering, and forgive me if I missed it, but I think one is, we talked about it in our study session, but the health department is not going to give us guidelines. I've heard this question, does anybody know when a school will shut down? And to my knowledge, the health department has not said if they have this many cases, a school will shut down. We will be in continuous conversation with them, and there's not a threshold. Is that correct, Mrs. Oquist?
It is. So it's not a simple answer. What I will say is ultimately it is a district decision. It is made in consultation with the health department. Part of what they would be doing is determining whether or not there's an interrelatedness to the cases, whether or not the situation could be considered technically an outbreak. And so we will certainly look to them for guidance. Ultimately, according to the state guidelines, it is a district decision with regard to closure. However, we will be, as with each aspect of this, working hand in hand with both Wayne County RESA as well as the Wayne County Health Department, and also continuing to learn and get guidance from other school districts who have been doing this along the way as well. We've had the opportunity to have many conversations with districts across the state who have been open for face-to-face instruction and not only garnered important information with regard to the mitigation measures, but how they are making decisions regarding an extended quarantine and what that smaller window of closure that some health departments are suggesting of 2 to 5 days for an enhanced cleaning and contact tracing. So we've learned quite a bit from other districts who have been open.
Perfect. I just think it's important for our community to know that there's not a magic number that we're going to hit, or if this happens, then this happens. It's really based on those factors that you determined, and so each case is going to be individual, or each school is going to be individual based on their cases. The other thing that I think was important is that for parents to know is that we said our social distancing is 3 to 6 feet apart. So I just want to be clear on that we have spaced the desks apart 3 to 6 feet apart, correct? So not all of them head to head, exactly. So it's not, when you walk into a classroom, I've gotten some feedback that I was surprised that they were not all 6 feet apart. We do not have the capacity at Livonia Public Schools to separate 6 feet apart, and so just to make sure that everybody is aware that it's, and that is in accordance with CDC guidelines, is 3 to 6 feet apart, correct?
Yes, and that's one of the things that we've included that in our strict mitigation measures for review by the county. We also have members of our cabinet team and the area directors that are going out to our schools this week to also work hand in hand. Of course, our principals have already begun this process, but to answer questions with regard to furniture placement, desk layout, and I know that our directors have already gone through that process with principals, but we'll also be, once again, walking through specifically to each school and taking a look not only at classrooms, but those common areas such as lunchrooms, et cetera, now that we've had the opportunity at each individual school to take a look at those pieces. I don't know if Mr. Green or Mr. Wollenberg want to share any more regarding that process that you're going to be using throughout the next week or two.
Sure. So our elementary principals, as always, have been on top of this. They actually have set up almost all their rooms already to adhere to these standards. Where they had to make changes and pull desks from LV teachers' classrooms and swap those out, they've done so. And we received feedback today that they feel confident that they can meet those standards as is with current class size numbers.
At the secondary level, we are bringing a team of cabinet members through each of our buildings this week, as a support mechanism and another set of eyeballs to look at how we're spread out and answer questions as best we can.
And I think also we talked about moving classrooms. If there is a large classroom, they can move to a different location to be able to spread out more. If they cannot in their classroom, if there's a larger classroom, they can move to a computer lab or something like that, correct?
We've identified that at those rooms at Stevenson High School. We'll do that at each of the schools.
Thank you.
To provide that option of a larger classroom setting.
Mrs. Bonnefield.
Can, Mrs. Oquist, would it be possible, and Mrs. Frank just brought it up, but I think that there may be some confusion about what social distancing at 6 feet is, that the desks may not be distanced, but it's the face-to-face, and explain that how that works. Am I?
Sure. So when we're talking about that, when our team has gone out, and if any of you want to jump in, what we've looked at is where the person is seated to where the person is seated, as opposed to the end of a desk to the end of a desk. So if any of you want to jump in on that, but that's really what we're looking at when we're looking at the distance from person to person.
That's correct. We've been looking at what we call head-to-head and then horizontal and vertical. So horizontal and then vertical spacing.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bonnefield. Anything else? All right, well, thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. We look forward to hearing next week as well. That'll move us then to item 2D, attendance for virtual MASB 2020 Delegate Assembly, and my screen went blank, and virtual annual leadership conference. Mrs. Oquist.
Yes, thank you. At our study session last week, I talked with the board about your attendance at the upcoming annual MASB conference. As part of that, there is a delegate assembly on November 5th, and the time indicated at this point is 5:30 p.m. When we talked at the study session last week, I believe each member of our board indicated that they would be in attendance, and so Mrs. Wozniak will be responding and RSVPing on your behalf. I'll just double check that there isn't a change in your plan for attendance, but at this time we have all 7 board members planning on participating in the delegate assembly for the annual Michigan Association of School Board Conference.
Thank you, Mrs. Oquist.
I know we're going to make a note of this next week during our communications portion, but I will congratulate, because it just happened last Thursday evening, our entire Livonia Board of Education was once again named an honor board by the Michigan Association of School Boards, and is one of 6 school boards in the state to have been recognized with this honor. We also had 3 board members who were acknowledged with a special award, and we will be highlighting those next week during our communication portion. But we had Mrs. Frank, and I believe Mrs. Burton, and Mr. Johnson, who also received special awards. So again, we will be sharing that during the communications portion, but as we are talking about, again, a commitment to your professional development and growth, again, we have each board member here this evening who will be attending the annual leadership conference, and also actions such as that are all part of our board once again being named an honor board.
Thank you, Mrs. Oquist. And thank you all for your acknowledgement. We appreciate that. Before we move on to item 3, our curriculum committee, we've been here almost 3 hours now, so if nobody has an objection, we'll take a short recess for 5-10 minutes. Welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting for slide number 21st. Well, welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting for September 21st, 2020. And at this time, we'll move to item 3, our Curriculum Committee, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Jarvis.
Thank you, President Johnson. Our first item on our agenda will be the iReady instructional and diagnostic equipment with Mrs. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mrs. Jarvis. I would like to bring to you this evening the purchase of iReady diagnostic and instructional licenses for the 2020-21 school year. As you know, we've been utilizing this diagnostic for several years as a part of our third grade reading assessment and all the way up to 8th grade. So it is a reading and mathematics diagnostic that all students take that is self-paced and adjusts based on the answers that they give and gives us an instructional level that then provides teachers with lessons and information on how to support that student moving forward. This year, with the plan of having an asynchronous work throughout the year so that students have one foot in that remote world, we would like to purchase instructional licenses for all of our students K through 6 for the whole year. So that's in addition to the diagnostic. The instructional license then takes what a student does on the assessment and provides them lessons targeted based on the results of their diagnostic. We have utilized this in different schools with different levels of success. The lessons are anywhere from 12 to 20 minutes long, depending on where a student is. And the goal is to strive for 45. And Mr. Green is one of the champions of iReady Instructional. He and his staff did a fabulous job utilizing the instructional program. So elementary principals on the task force this summer felt like that was the right thing for kids to be doing asynchronously. And we have already partnered with Curriculum Associates for the last several years. So if you look at the bid or the quote, it is 3 times what we would normally pay for iReady Diagnostic because the instructional licenses have a larger cost. And I summarized what those costs would be for you on the cover sheet because how the quote is organized is actually by school so that we got a site license for each school. That way then the price change depends on the size of the school. And so Mr. Tompkins organized each set of licenses based on the school. And then 7th graders, 8th graders, and 9th graders will take the diagnostic this year. If you remember, I brought up earlier in August that we would like to give the diagnostic to our 9th graders just to close that loop on their iReady experience since we didn't get an end of the year assessment on them. So we would like to utilize that with our 9th graders this year. So as you can see, the quote is has a savings of $55,635. That is free professional development, which actually this week, our new teachers, we've opened up iReady professional development, and they, like everyone else, are offering it asynchronously. So our new teachers who have never given the iReady diagnostic or aren't acquainted with that can participate in that professional development. And then a savings on the iReady licenses and site licenses. So this purchase would be a total of $302,221.
Are there any questions or comments? Mrs. Frank?
O'Brien, is there a benefit in not pushing it out to every teacher, but to ask each teacher if they would utilize it? Or are we requesting that they utilize it? Do you know what I'm saying? I think you said that it had mixed reviews or mixed use.
So we've had mixed support.
Okay.
As a part of the students' instructional day. So different schools had different amount of support staff to help kids with it. But with this plan for this year, what we did is we created an asynchronous block for the whole year. So before we determined to go to remote for Safe Start September, all of our grade levels have asynchronous assignments from kindergarten to 12th grade each week. And our purpose was so that they would have one foot in that remote world, knowing this year we may be going back and forth. So our elementary task force this summer chose that iReady was the right choice for kids to do asynchronously. And they said then they would be supporting that. So they would be making sure that they're building it up, helping their teachers build it up, support their parents, and say it's an expectation as a part of their students' day this year.
Mrs. Bradford?
Thank you. I think it's a good, wise idea to do that this year, especially with what we're dealing with the asynchronous learning. And I think the professional development is excellent because maybe that will give those teachers that are a little hesitant or not sure, maybe they'll get a better understanding of how the program will be a benefit or will help them in their classrooms. In addition, I think we use this diagnostic for our testing, correct? So the students will even have more familiarity with the program. And I know everybody has a different opinion, but I do think that because of the year that we're in, this is a wise investment for us.
Yes, our second graders through ninth graders have taken it multiple times, that diagnostic. Our first graders took it once last year and then we closed, so they did not take it as a kindergartner for the second time. So, and then it's new to our kindergartners. But I think the really nice thing is that it's, we're going to set the kindergarten instructional level right at a beginning kindergartner. So if that's a just right spot for me, I'm going to be doing those lessons. If it's too easy for me, I'm going to quickly move up to a place that's just right for me because that's how the program is set up. So it's a really, nice self-guided instructional support. And then our Livonia virtual kids will be doing this as a part of their instructional day also.
Mrs. Burton?
Yes, Mrs. O'Brien, just to make sure that I understand this. So we have been purchasing the diagnostic for all of our students in the past and the licenses for just some. Now we're doing the licenses for all also, so that the teachers don't have to rely on their own lessons to go to supplement any gaps that they're finding in the diagnostic. We will just utilize the iReady right off the bat.
Yep, and we thought it was a really good connection for a double dip, and then it would be something kids could be doing at home since we have that asynchronous block.
Makes a lot of sense.
Individualized to their learning.
Right, that's what I love about this, is it will go as fast or as slow as that student can progress. So,
Correct.
Absolutely, I think it's a fabulous idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? President Johnson?
Thank you, Mrs. Jarvis. Ms. O'Brien, I think this is a one-year license?
It is.
Okay, then I maybe have a three-part question.
Okay.
Number one, is it available in multi-year licenses? And number two, if so, is there a benefit to going a longer period of time than 1 year?
I can certainly find out. I would assume that there is a multi-year option because they have a math and a reading program that they've written that aligns with this diagnostic. And the benefit could be that we have created something new and we want to continue it. I think the thinking is always, will next year be back to normal or will it not? Or will asynchronous learning be a part of what we do from now on? But I can certainly bring it to the elementary group and get their feedback and also find out what the cost difference would be to have multi-year license.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Jarvis.
Mrs. Bonnefield?
So, I may be a little slow on uptake and Lena, sorry guys. So, we've talked a lot about the diagnostics in the past, and then we've also talked about some of the students, we've been able to have the licenses, which kind of ramp them up. So this is something that a student can do on their own, right? They don't need So it moves up on its own, and it gives them those specific lessons to fill those gaps without a teacher's intervention, correct?
A teacher can check in and be saying, so, you know, Tammy,
Yeah.
I've noticed you've done the same lesson 3 times.
Okay.
And maybe it be a check-in. It also comes with lessons that aren't part of the instructional that we've been utilizing as a part of our intervention work. So we didn't purchase the digital licenses for every student, but we took advantage of the fact that this diagnostic also gave us, so this is what this group of students need, and here are lessons to support that. So we've been taking advantage of that for the last several years.
But now every student at home will be able to take advantage. I guess that's my question is I understand that the teachers will be involved, but as they go at home, and it will give them the lessons that they need to fill the.
Yes, it will self-adjust.
Okay, and it'll provide the skill builders and stuff like that without the teacher necessarily. Obviously, the teacher's going to check in
Yep.
and be doing that kind of stuff, but as an at-home learner, it will increase. And
Yep, continue to progress.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments? Then I'll ask Mrs. Bonifield to put this on the agenda for next week. And while you're here, Mrs. O'Brien, will you take us through the professional development update, please?
Sure, I would love to. I just wanted to take a minute and share with you some of the, again, innovative things that our teachers have been able to do this year in planning for this year. So knowing that we would be having online instruction throughout the year, we partnered with University of California, San Diego for all staff to take a 5-module course called Essentials for Online Learning. And staff had the opportunity to take the first module synchronously with an instructor, which walked them through what the next 4 modules would look like, which were done asynchronously. So we asked teachers to do this as a part of their professional development to prepare for students returning. And had a little bit of a survey at the end of that first module, because that was the synchronous part. 70% of our staff found it engaging. 55% felt like that first module modeled the things that they could do with students. 67% felt like the first session set them up for success for the rest of the sessions. And so that was due the first week of September. So we asked that teachers prepared to go through the first 3 modules by the first week of September. And then they had debrief sessions in their district teams. So then they worked in their grade level and course level teams and talked about what they learned. And one of the exit criteria at the end of lesson 3 was to take a regular lesson they would have done in person and revamp it how that might look differently online based on what they learned in the course. And then there's 2 more modules that staff have been working on since school started. Last week they debriefed module 4, and then later in the year they'll debrief module 5, which is actually a reflection of what they learned and what they can apply. One of the nice things about this course is that it'll be open for our staff to dip in and out of throughout the year. So being a college course, it had more than 5 hours worth of instruction learning for them. And so there's lots of resources for them to participate in and use as they might want to update lessons, as they might want to add things, as they might say, so what would be a different way I might want to engage my students? And then in addition to that, they participated in preparing their Google Classroom. So did they understand all the parts of a Google Classroom? And then we provided that same learning for our students and our parents. And then how they could give quizzes and assign assignments to their students through Google Classroom, and then students how to submit assignments through their Google Classroom. And then lastly, when creating a video, how to create closed captioning on their video, so that if parents needed that, all of our teachers knew how to do that, since many teachers are creating videos for their students to watch asynchronously now, because half of their day is in the asynchronous world. So that was just to prepare before school started. And then I just wanted to walk you through a little bit about what that first week of PD was that teachers were able to do. They had building level PD, so 2 half days at their building level where they spent time, working on school improvement, coming back, planning for what school was going to look like, begin to talk about those protocols. And then they had 2 days of district professional development. Some of it was in district teams in order to debrief the modules, to support each other with what the plan was for the year. There was time for them to work at their building level team or grade level team. And we also invited Jimmy Cassis back, who came last year to do a kickoff with us. And he presented on Zoom, and we had staff log on, and all of the staff on September 2nd were all involved in listening to Jimmy Cassis kind of share and inspire us to come back. I'll be honest, the beginning part of his presentation was great. It was new, but there's some things that were a repeat that teachers who had heard him last year were like, I think we heard that last year. But I think that new teachers really found his message inspiring, and I think it was also a good way for us to kind of evaluate the difference between in-person and some online things too, because, just that engagement piece when we're online, and there was hundreds of us online participating in that PD. So we learned a lot, we modeled a lot, probably took away some things, but it was a lot of time. You all said many times this evening how hard everyone has worked. I think our teachers and staff have probably had their world change the most, them and our families and our students, and have done amazing things over the last couple of weeks. Mrs. Frank talked about the ability of teachers to be a little bit of a performer, how, hard and challenging this has been for them to do something. I taught for 30, I've been in education 30 years to try something different like this, to provide our students this, and they're doing some amazing things. So I just wanted to update you with some of the learning that we've provided and some of the great things that they're doing.
Are there any questions or comments for Mrs. O'Brien? Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
And our final topic tonight will be the purchase of supplies with a state grant by Dr. Terrio.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jarvis. So I have worked with Ms. Allison Smith as well as Teresa O'Brien and Dr. Katie Dodge, one of our coordinators of elementary, on this grant that was awarded to Livonia Public Schools for $300,000. It was awarded to us to utilize a multi-sensory approach to improve reading proficiency rates. So the Orton-Gillingham approach is a direct, explicit, multi-sensory way to teach literacy, which utilizes sound, touch, and sight strategies for teachers. This is a research-based approach with noted positive results in improving phonological awareness, decoding, and comprehension. So from this past June through August, 99 elementary staff were trained in this multisensory approach to reading instruction. The training was split over 2 weeks for 10 half-day sessions this summer, totaling over 30 hours in training for each staff member. The remaining funds from the state grant, totaling $95,167.50, are being recommended for the regular board meeting to purchase supplies so that staff can implement this approach in their classrooms. Students will have their own materials specifically assigned to them. K-2 staff will receive student workbooks for phonics, spelling and practice, and assessments, which are aligned with lessons. Livonia virtual K-2 teachers will receive a virtual bundle to support teaching the multi-sensory approach virtually. And all staff trained during the summer have access to view a 2-hour recorded training on how to teach this multi-sensory approach virtually, as well as a manual to provide support. So students will receive their own packet of materials, which includes sand and other materials, tapping boards, word study cards, etc. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Centers?
I've heard feedback from some parents with dyslexia that this is something that they think is really valuable for those particular students. But this is not just specifically for those students that might be struggling with dyslexia. This can be used to help every student, correct?
That is correct. So we have provided training for our special education elementary resource providers over the past year as well. So they were not included in this training because they had been trained previously. So Livonia has been providing this for the past 2 years now as a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 intervention for our students. This then puts it into our Tier 1 instruction for our general education students as well. So you are correct.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. And this can go on our agenda for next week? President Johnson, that wraps up the curriculum committee.
Thank you, Mrs. Jarvis. That will move us to item 4, our Building and Site Committee, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Centers.
Yes, I think we have the whole alphabet here this evening, but we'll start with A, which is purchase of thermal monitoring systems. Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Centers. And I've got probably a little more than half the alphabet left. I'm saving it up for future use, so keep that in mind. All right, so we have here what we're calling, the official name are thermal monitoring and control systems. To translate simply, taking your temperature. These are wrist temperature devices that go on a stanchion, and they are completely touchless. Currently, as you heard earlier during the discussion that we had in the presentation, at our schools and this building as well, we have handheld infrared thermometers, and we have them at each entry point of the building for our employees to take their temperature when they enter the building. As we described earlier, employees are required to fill out the daily screener. One of the questions is, do you have a fever of 100.4 or higher? Well, to honestly answer that, we want to make sure we give people the opportunity to take their temperature and be able to say, no, I don't, or yes, I do. Well, what we have found is that the handheld infrared thermometers, they get handled quite a bit. They get wiped down quite a bit. So in trying to research, and this goes back to the idea of if something might not be working, or if we can find something that might be an alternate, let's try them. So we have found this particular product, which again goes on a stand, is either battery powered or can run on direct, with AC. You can plug it straight in, and there's a semi ring that you would put your arm through, your fist through, and it quickly takes the temperature via the wrist. And I am coming to you with a recommendation, and I had a quote in your packet for 63 of these, and that drove the price down a little bit, which is why we went up to that number. But that total amount would be $37,485. I'm looking to have that approval through the board next week at your board meeting. In the meantime, there's a couple week lead time on these, so we ordered 6. And we're going to try them in a few places. If they are successful, then we can go ahead and order more and put them all over, because we already have your authorization. If they don't work as advertised, if they break easily or have any concerns, then we wouldn't go ahead and spend all that money. The test would have told us to look in another direction. So that's essentially what we're looking for here. And for the employees, We have only 2 or 3, depending on the size of the building, entry points for employees. And oftentimes they trickle in, but it also can be a bit of a bottleneck if there are 2 entry points that employees are allowed to go into in a building. I know for this building, there's 2, but most people park in the back, and most people come in the back door, and most people come just about the same time every morning, so there's a bit of a log jam. This is a way to try to not have people be congregated in the same area. Similarly, when Dr. Terrell was talking earlier about students, that would be a log jam of students trying to take temperatures with them because there's so many more of them. But to this effect, I bring to you this proposal for purchase.
Mrs. Bradford.
I had a question. If these were to be placed at the entry points for the staff, do the kids come in those same entry spots? And I just think of that sitting there and the kids playing with it or doing something. Or will the kids, like, I'm thinking at like the high school level.
They're very mobile. They're light. It's a box about this big, sits on a regular stanchion or a pole with a stand on the bottom. And they can be moved out if that seems to be an issue. But, and I can't speak for all the buildings and their flow, but the buildings have picked certain entry points. We would probably, depending on how their flow is, they might have additional points of entry for students or not. It all depends on the grade level, etc. These can be moved out of the way if that's a concern. That's just something we're gonna have to look at.
No, I like them. I think they're
Yeah.
really neat, but I
Yeah.
was just thinking of a first grader walking through a door, or even a high schooler.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I want to take my temperature, just different things.
I think that
messing
we're
with
going to have, and that's sort of the point of buying just a few of them.
Okay.
Our plan is to put a couple, to try a few of them at the high schools and then the upper L's to get a little bit of a different age range and just see how it goes for a little bit.
Yeah, other than that, I think it's a great idea.
Great.
I hope they work out well.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Francis, in the attachment, there's 3 different models. Which one are we looking at?
We are looking at the mid-level model. It is the TP1 right now, and essentially the need to print out isn't really a need. So it is capable of that, but it does everything that the TP2 does except have that ultraviolet light on it. I like the idea of it being both battery and AC, and the first model doesn't have that. If we had a couple of those and tried them out, it would be more for the use. But I like the idea of being able to plug them in because I'm afraid that the battery situation it's great to be able to use a battery, but I would like the option of both.
Okay, so,
And we can get this requoted as well. The amount that you approve, it would be like a do not exceed type of amount.
to follow up on maybe something Mrs. Bradford said, this is just for employees, correct?
Correct.
And does someone sit there and monitor this?
No, this is just like with the current IR handhelds. Our employees are adults. They are supposed to answer the screener honestly. They can say whether they've had a cough or not, or whether they have, a stomach ailment or not, but they don't know their temperature until they take it. So this is to give them that opportunity to take their temperature before entering the building. And that is what it is there for. We do not stand there and monitor like when you go to your doctor's office where somebody takes your temperature. This is there to be provided for our employees for their, to me, it falls under PPE. How do you know that you don't have a temperature unless you get a quick check of it?
Okay, and does the cost of this come out of the general fund?
This is, and I'm going to defer to Mrs. Smith. We do have PPE COVID dollars, and I believe we're going to aim for those, but that would be called general on the
Yep, we
I-
are putting our federal funds that we've received for COVID-related expenses in our general fund, so it will be coming out of the general fund, but we have federal funding coming to us for this very purchase.
Is that CARES?
Yes.
Is it through the CARES? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Centers.
Anything else? All right,
I would ask for that to be on the voting meeting next week, please.
excellent. Item B is purchase of bulk salt.
Oh, you guys, you missed this one, didn't you? It's that time of the year. It's the most wonderful time of the year. I've got to get my, there we go. So the bulk salt annual purchase, we actually had a little bit more than we usually do left over this past season. It was a lighter snow season. So in the memo that was in your packet, we did talk about the cost. So for the proposal of 1,500 tons of the road salt, my deal cost this year is $50.02 per ton. And we are having that map out to $75,030. And it is actually a decrease of a little more than $2 from last year. You can see at the bottom of the memo how much we've purchased each year. So this is 1,700 is really more of the norm. We're at 1,500. And just as a reminder, this is one of those items that we are obliging ourselves to an 80% of what we ask for, but can also buy more if we happen to have a harder winter than normally, or not normally, but then as predicted. So we get a little variance in what we're looking at here.
Questions? It's a lot of salt. Hopefully we don't need it.
The shed's pretty full right now. If you want to go back there and play on the King of the Hill or something, go ahead. No, don't do that. I'm just kidding. Kids at home, don't try this.
All right, we'll put that on the regular agenda then.
Please.
Okay. That brings us to item C.
Wait, not consent? Can we put it on the consent?
Oh, that is entirely up to the board.
No problem. I'm fine with consent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
I'll make note of that as well.
All right, item C is the extension of waste removal contract. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Francis.
Thank you very much. Detroit Disposal is our current waste removal company. We have had them for the past couple of years, and we are looking to extend them by a year. What Mr. Lau, who is the administrator of facilities and operations in the district, he and I discussed what the market looks like, and we think that if we went out for bid, we would get a higher outcome, even at a public bid, than a 2% cost of living increase that Detroit Disposal is agreeing to on our contract. So it is our recommendation for both the cost as well as saving folks the time to do that other work, sort of a combination of continuing with 1 year. I will take a moment also to say that overall we have been satisfied with them. I know that as of late that there were some concerns because there weren't pickups. I just want to let you know that there was a change in the schedule. There's a lag in that, and we are back on schedule. They started that new schedule up again, got to the buildings. The buildings had extra trash, so that got filled up right away again. Our folks that work for the district grabbed some of that and brought it here into a dumpster to try to clear it from the aesthetics at the buildings as best we could. But it's been a couple weeks now since the new schedule kicked in, and we're feeling very comfortable with that. Overall, after the past couple of years, we really have not had any major concerns. That just was a very recent one that I feel is fresh in some people's minds, and I just wanted to address it.
Mrs. Frank.
Do they do our recycling as well, or is that a
Correct.
whole
No,
totally
they
different
do both.
company?
Mhm.
Okay, and so they're doing weekly, somebody said we were doing away with our recycling. No, our recycling program will stay the same. It will be picked up as it always has been.
It is generally the same, yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. Anything else? Mrs. Burden.
Just along this line, are we talking about recycling that's done from items inside of the building, or is this the recycling that's the bins that are outside that our citizens are welcome to add things to?
No,
The
no,
paper
it's not the
recycling
paper
bin.
bin that we're talking about. We're talking about the separate We do a cardboard.
Gotcha.
Pickup, et cetera.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Regular agenda?
Yeah, is that, or do you guys, I care if it's on the consent, because this is a service item that,
It is however you would like to do it. It is an extension of something that we already know, so I don't know. If you want to do it, that's fine with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
got it.
All right, great. That brings us to item D, purchase of folding chairs and storage dollies.
Folding chairs and storage dollies. I'd like to pull up my document quickly here. And what we are looking for through the 2013 bond, this is something that we've been discussing back in the winter, starting the ball rolling, and we just had a very big gap with the shutdown and then the return to learn and all the work we've been doing. But we returned to this topic, both this and the next one with the risers that we'll get to momentarily. But the folding chairs and storage dollies would be a purchase from the 2013 bond. We really wanted to replace the original folding chairs. When I say original folding chairs, all of you know that I literally mean the original folding chairs in many, many areas. So the district actually has a storehouse of folding chairs and dollies, and if a building has an event and requests them, we send those chairs out to the building so they could set them up in their cafeteria or wherever it may be for an event. That might be a parent night, it might be an orchestra at the middle school, whatever the case may be. Those are the types of chairs we're talking about. The current ones we have are either all metal or metal with the wood flap seat. If you look at them, a lot of them are in very poor repair. They're very uncomfortable, and we've been looking to replace these for quite some time. The 1,300 folding chairs and the 33 dollies that go with them out of the 2013 bond would replace the district folding chairs that we have. They would be taken out of the rotation. They would be removed. Now, there are schools that have some of their own. This is not replacing if it is the school's folding chairs. This is replacing the 1,300 that the district carries, stores, and then drops off and picks back up again at the request of buildings based upon events.
Okay, any questions, comments? Well, this is a long needed purchase, and it looks like it'll be purchased out of the 2013 bonds, correct?
Yes, it is 2013 bond. I asked for this to be on the regular voting meeting next week, and it is a very different chair. Some of my colleagues here had an opportunity to use or sample a few different items, and we got the too tall guy sitting in them. We got some very nice other people sitting in them to give us their opinion.
Very nice
And
other people.
yes,
Very nice other people.
I'm slowly. Can we go on to the next agenda item?
Yes. Are we putting this on, it's regular, okay. The item E is purchase of coral risers.
Yes. Very similar background with regard to the
Interesting,
folding
yeah.
chairs. The coral risers is another item that we wanted to replace. It is something that the district holds on to, stores. When schools need them, we send them out, they use them, we come and get them and bring them back. Very similar, like I said, to the way it's used with regard to the folding chairs. This also would be 2013 bond purchase. And again, the risers would be removed, the ones that we currently have, and these would completely replace them because the ones we currently have are not in good condition.
Questions, comments? Mrs. Bonnefield?
So, and this goes back to the chairs as well. What kind of inventory or return process will there be to make sure that over time, few chairs don't get returned? Will there be a certain number per dolly, and then when the folks go to pick them up, they'll count the chairs and the risers, make sure that all the pieces and parts are all together?
Yeah, that is part of the crew's responsibility. They lay in the dollies so many to a dolly, so they have their number that we send out and the number that we bring back. So we try to keep an eye on that, and fortunately for the new chairs, as an example, they look wildly different than the old chairs. It's going to be very obvious which ones are the district chairs versus the old metal folding chairs that some schools might have. And the risers are also updated with a safety rail. These are also something that we have a X number goes out, and the X number should be coming back.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Francis, we're replacing risers and chairs?
Correct.
What are we doing with the old ones?
They are actually trash. I
put it bluntly?
I checked on that as well. I said, is it something that we're going to perhaps say, hey, we've got a few extras. They are not in good repair. We want to get them replaced, and actually the ones that we have and have been using would be disposed of.
Okay, thank you.
That's the condition that they're in.
All right. That too will go on the regular agenda? Great.
Please.
All right. That brings us to item F, approval of school meal program vendor.
So each year, we obviously bring in supplies for our food and nutrition services program. This is paid for out of the food service budget. And we're bringing to you today basically the vendor who we've been using. And for the 2021 school year, we wanted to get an approved amount by the board so that we can, from a finance standpoint, have the appropriate accounting and approvals. So as I mentioned in my memo, that it was, oops, I still have my coral risers. Let me scooch over a second real here. Apologize. There we go. As I mentioned in my memo, the Van Eerden is the bid winner, I should say it is a winner, from the Wayne RISA bid and approved by MDE. Van Eerden is the company, they're out of Grand Rapids, they are the distributor. So items such as food items as well as supplies, so things like paper supplies, etc., we get that from Van Eerden. So this is seeking your approval in the amount of $1,250,000 for the school year to be able to use Van Eerden as the district's distributor for food service. And again, they are the distributor that won the bid for Wayne County RISA, and that is that suffices the board's need to bid, so they have that contract. These again are the items we pretty much exclusively, other than milk, which is obviously coming up very similarly, we get all of the items from our food service department, or for our food service department, from Van Eerden. And that dollar amount is based upon the last 3 years working with both the supervisor of food and nutrition service department and the accounting department, looking at the last 3 years, accounting for the 19-20 school year to be different because of the shutdown, and we came up with a not to exceed of 1.25.
Okay. Mrs. Burton.
Yes, Mr. Francis, is this then the same company we've been dealing with for the last few years?
Yes.
Okay, so this is repeat, this is,
This
okay.
is just an they had an extension of their contract with the RISA bid moving into this year.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is not a new organization, we've been.
Not at all.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
This is really, it's business as usual, but getting the board's approval for that not to exceed number for our budget for this school year.
And how this came about too is looking back, typically our invoices for them, they'll invoice on a weekly basis. And the dollar amounts were approaching the board limits that we would come to you for a supply purchase. And so out of an abundance of caution, we wanted to bring this overall purchase to you to make sure that we had the approvals in place. So that's why you haven't seen this in the past. Again, but as we monitor our accounts, we want to make sure that obviously we never overstep what is within our parameters.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. That will be on the regular agenda. That will bring us to item G, approval of technology purchase for school meals program.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a purchase from CDWG through the REMC bid contract. This is technology specifically for the Food and Nutrition Services Department. This is the point of sales technology that they use. You may recall a few years ago, we came to the board with the Horizon Solar software. Well, that software is running on hardware that needs to be replaced. So this is the last item, to my knowledge, in the district that's still running Windows 7. We're risking the software not working with the current hardware. So again, from the food service budget, we are proposing, and if you have the quote in front of you, it's a double-sided or a two-page quote. Just to clarify what these items are, I'd like to run down them real quick, just so you can see what exactly it is that we're purchasing. So the first item are 43 computers. And then next to that, just under that, are 43 touchscreen monitors. So this is obviously in the kitchens of our schools, computers and touchscreens, so that that's the point of sale hardware that they would be using. And the third line of, it says that it's a keyed laptop lock. That is literally a lock. We are buying 43 locks to lock the hardware down to secure them in place so that they don't get, taken away, or nobody messes with the computers. We have a warranty next. So there's 43 warranties on the monitor, and we have 43 warranties on the computers. We then have, second to last, the scanner, the buttons, and the card swipe. It's the actual little machine where kids can type in their number or swipe their card. It's a little scanning device with the little infrared as well. And then the last line on the first page is the power backup for these. So, and when you flip it over, you get the total of $75,809. So that is a quick explanation of what's on the quote. And again, these items are for the point of sale system that the district utilizes. It's really the hardware, not the software.
Questions? Okay.
Our IT department is the one that did the work, obtained the quote, and has also approved of the hardware that's going in there with the system needed.
Mrs. Bonifield.
When is this going to be installed?
I don't have a lead time on that right now. It would be installed as soon as, they would do the turnover, the switch over, building by building when we get them in.
Okay, and I guess part of that is you said that there's the card readers, and that goes back to the COVID and not touching things and having.
They have those touch pads now already. They're just older equipment. We're basically taking what we have, modernizing, updating, upgrading.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, regular agenda?
Yeah.
Great.
Please.
Phil, so do we have,
You're fine.
like hand sanitizer around those? I know we have them on the walls, but do we have little?
Yes,
people who go
actually,
through
the food
lunch
service
line and that
departments
sort
have
of thing?
had their own, because out of their own budget, they've had hand sanitizer machines.
Okay.
And we've also done some extra work at all of our kitchen lines to put up plexiglass and take some other precautions moving into this school year.
Great. All right, item H is purchase of pizza for school meal program.
Thank you. I apologize. There we go. So we are, again, very similar to what we did with Van Aerden. You're going to see this here. Pizza Hut is in the contract. A couple years ago, we did a bid, and we brought to the board a recommendation for Pizza Hut to be our pizza supplier. This is on the same contract. It's not being extended. We're in, I believe, the third year of that contract. And this is, again, $120,000 for the 2020-2021 school year. as a not to exceed, just so we have the approval of the Board of Education for these purchases through the year.
Any questions?
It's not a change in vendor, and it's not a change of contract.
Mrs. Bradford?
I just have a question. The pizza, okay, so the pizza and the dairy separate from the Van Aerden.
Correct.
That's all other food besides pizza and milk. So pizza and milk are separated out.
Correct.
That would be, Van Aerden would be more fruits and vegetables, any other meals that they're preparing.
Just about everything else.
Okay.
Yep. The
Okay.
pizza's special, the
Okay.
the pizza is special. We do that, and we have the pizza days here, so we get that from, it's Pizza Hut, but we use like the local folks.
Gotcha.
And the dairy is also completely separate, it's its own company.
Okay.
Everything else with regard to Van Aerden is,
Their
Yeah.
products and stuff. And you said some other supplies, maybe
yes, they do.
paper supplies or
Van Aerden does
napkins.
food
or-
and non-food.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Mrs. Bonnefield?
Again, going back to the COVID, we're sure that we're all gonna be in compliance and this is gonna work out with the serving procedures. I know a lot of the food we talked about for the cafeterias, the breakfast and the lunches, were gonna be more of a grab and go.
The breakfasts are gonna be grab and go. The lunches, we wanna try to keep as traditional, forgive me for lack of a better
Yeah.
word, but like just the normalcy of a hot meal or what the kids are used to. There will be some changes. The salad bar won't be there.
Sure.
Kids won't handle any of their own food. Staff will certainly make sure that they're handling all food items, but it's still gonna look very similar in the sense that the tray, the food, that type of regularity and normalcy in the meal, we don't want to do, if we can all help it, every day, a packaged item. On top of the wanting to have the fresher items for children, we are going to be in a battle with every other district in the state trying to get prepackaged items for those who aren't in session. And that wasn't easy to do in the spring when all of us were competing for the same commodities. So it feels like something that we want to do that would be smart for us and smart for kids and good for kids.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Amen. Anything else? All right, regular agenda?
Please.
All righty, that brings us,
Do we want to put this on the consent, if it's just a renewal of what we've renewed the previous 2 years?
Yeah, I'm good with
Okay.
that.
sounds good. Consent it is. All right, that moves us to item I, purchase of dairy products for school meal program.
And this is going to be sounding similar as well. So we have Cedar Crest Dairy out of Hudsonville, Michigan, same company we got our dairy from previously, bringing $160,000, again, based on, we took 3 years worth of information to say, this is what we believe is approximately the right number, with enough on there that we believe we wouldn't go over that amount. Cedar Crest, the bid is from, as you might note in my memo, from HPS Group Purchasing Organization, which again is a large bid consortium and would fulfill your requirement. And this is nothing different than we've done in the past. Again, just bringing it to the board for your approval on that total number.
Dairy questions, anyone? All right, consent agenda again? Okay, let's do that. All right, that will bring us to our final item, which is item J, purchase of plexiglass. Mr. Francis.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the board letting me bring this in somewhat late. I didn't have it at the study session last week when we were together, but it did come up as an opportunity to purchase more of these single pane plexiglass sheets. This is exactly what you approved in September. At that time, we had ordered 800. I'd like to order 500 more. These will be used. We plan to use them as needed, whether it be at tables in classrooms, whether it be for secretarial staff or teaching staff or wherever it may be needed. We wanted to just make sure that we brought in another order's worth. My understanding from the vendor, and you can see it on the quote, that it's a 4-week lead time. So I just wanted to kind of get this ball rolling and make sure that we had this set up and started.
So just to reiterate, we have already purchased the panels that we are planning to use, for teachers to use for instruction. We already have some in the district. We also have the trifold panels. This is really just to have additional for various, for specific locations where either staff or students, have determined that that would be useful.
The board approved 800 of these last month, which we got. 800 of the 3-sided. We've gotten half of that in, and the other half is on its way. We don't just have 800 of these. We probably have, at this point, I'm going to say 1,400. I mean, we've ordered not just from school specialty with this. We've ordered the single panes from other vendors as well in smaller quantities at different times through the summer and whatnot. So we have been purchasing these items, and this is just an effort to continue to bring items in.
Okay, questions? Mrs. Burden.
I'm not sure if we can or we should, but can you begin the ordering process before we officially vote on this next week?
What we plan to do is, because of what it is and what it's going to be used for, Mrs. Oquist and Mrs. Smith and I talked about this earlier. We can start the process because of the nature of for COVID relief on this,
Gotcha.
or for PPE. But I would still like to, even though it can be done in an emergency fashion, since we have the board meetings, I would like to then still get board approval next week. But our plan is tomorrow to start the ball rolling to save that
Excellent.
week.
Good, thank you.
Mrs. Bradford.
How do you clean those? Is that just a general cleaner that you use on those?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to use anything too abrasive because it might scratch but same as if you have something in your backyard patio set, you might not want to use a Windex because that can etch, but you can just clean it with a soft cloth, wet, damp cloth, etc. Or the items that we have for our
A wipe will clean it. I just want making sure that our staff knows how to clean them properly and everything.
We'll take care of that as a cleaning and disinfecting item. You just don't want to use something harsh that might start to etch or scratch it.
Okay, great.
But our wipes and disinfectant will work on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Centers. I'm assuming, again, this is a reimbursable through CARES? Great, thank you.
So this would be, when we do the resolution, it'll say general fund on it, but as Mrs. Smith had explained, that's because we're putting that money into the general fund.
Great. Regular agenda? Yes. All right. Well, that concludes building and site. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Centers. Thank you, Mr. Francis. That takes us to item 5, our Finance Committee, and our Chair, Mrs. Bonifield.
I don't have anything on the agenda tonight. Mrs. Smith or Mrs. Oquist?
We do not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bonifield. That'll take us to item 6, our Policy Committee, and our Chair, Mrs. Burton.
We do not have policy, and I don't anticipate bringing policy unless it's necessary because we're so busy with other items.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton. That takes us to item 7, our Personnel Committee, and our Chair, Mrs. Frank.
We have nothing tonight, correct?
We do not. We will have quite a bit for you next week as we have welcomed many new staff members, but we do not have anything this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. That takes us to our last item, 8, Legislative Committee, and Mrs. Bradford.
Thank you, President Johnson, for saving the best for last. I don't believe we have anything tonight. Isn't that lovely? Oh, I could go on for a few more minutes. Anyways, that ends our Legislative Committee meeting. That's it.
You can always go on for minutes, Mrs. Bradford.
Yes, I can, unfortunately.
All right, that brings us to the end of our agenda. I again want to thank the staff, cabinet, all of your teams for your tremendous efforts in getting all the information to us tonight, and the presentation. It was outstanding, and we want to thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Oquist, for leading this. I've had numerous conversations with you, and I know what you've been going through these last few weeks. So we
We've got a
appreciate
great
it.
team. We are so fortunate and have had many, many hands in this work. So that is really a hallmark of our district, and that's continued to be so. So our entire team around this table, as well as many, many individuals in the district. So thank you. It's really essential and important work, so we're proud to bring it to you this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Elquist. And therefore, being at the end of the agenda, we are concluded for our meeting tonight. Thank you.